up all eyes on him. I defend the people themselves by spanning. People politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, rock you on the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No sympathy can disarm me. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. How long them gonna know that them fire can't fool? How long them a gonna take our people for food? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them up the hunger but the most I run. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them a the one who crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. They promise they will all eyes on him. I defend the people themselves by spanning. People politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No sympathy can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you.
Mic check. You can hear me now. I know. Talk to me now, my people. Can you hear me? Richard, Cecile, Florence, you can hear me now. Stanley, what y'all say? Jigs, big up yourself. Oh, good to go. All right, Jugget. All right, fine, good. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, students, welcome to Reason with Rattigan at Rattigan University with the provost, yours truly. And we will be joined shortly by Professor DJ. Where you there? Kevin Stew. Give me a few there. Okay. Content rich Jamaica continues to be the basis for our study of good governance, etc. And today's program, all I can tell you is think of this word, gripping. Gripping. That's the word we're using to describe today's lecture. Believe me when I tell you. And you know, we say it, and sometimes it's kind of numbing because you hear it saying that, yeah, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. And we actually do. But I promise you this. Today's program is going to blow your mind. We're going to talk about some things that nobody else is talking about. And we don't say it in a braggadocious fashion. All we're saying is that that's what we do around here. We try to find stories that nobody else is reporting on. And it's not that they don't know, but because Jamaica is so content rich, you know, people tend to go for certain stories. And then other stories just get put on the back burner. So we're not saying that we're the only ones, you know, digging, searching, finding these stories. But all we're saying is that we're reporting these stories to you. And of course, when we present these stories, we do so in a convincing fashion. What do I mean by that? Means that we show you documentary evidence, whether it's a video or a document or somebody coming on, and you can hear direct evidence from a live person, from a person you can hear it. We try not to surmise. We try not to assume, because when you do that, you get into problems. So we try to provide you with evidence that you can share with your family, neighbors, friends, etc. And also, you're convinced when you see that, because now you have something you can hold on to and you can actually digest and you can actually share with people. The idea of sharing hearsay, that doesn't go well with us around here. So we don't do that. So going back to the original point, you're going to hear stories that you haven't heard. I promise you this, that you haven't heard anywhere else. And then we're going to expose some things. And again, we're going to expose them with evidence. All right. Let's take a look at our slideshow. And some of you are asking about Ambassador Ward's funeral. We'll get to that. Here it is, Rattigan University, the place to be on a Saturday afternoon, because you know what you're getting. Good stuff. Yes, indeed. There it is. Curtis Ward, A Giant's Legacy. This gentleman was laid to rest, or will be laid to rest today. I didn't go to the service, and to be frank with you, I didn't have to go. I don't have to go, because there are other ways that I will express my grief and my thanks for what this man has done for me. I remember my mother used to tell me, anything you have to give me, son, you give me now while I'm alive. I don't need 1,000 roses at my funeral. I don't need a whole bunch of crying. And she said, no, anything you want to do it when I can appreciate it in the flesh. And that's how I tend to conduct my life with these things. In the fullness of time, there are things that I plan to do with this family, and we'll get them done. As I mentioned to you, I actually represented this man. Not only that, he actually provided me with a whole bunch of guidance, and there were times when he referred clients to me. And when I said refer clients to me, I'm not saying that he picked up the phone and he called somebody and he gave them my name or he introduced me to somebody. I'm talking about something far beyond that. I'm talking about where he was actively involved with the case, and then he said, okay, you take it from here. So it wasn't about it wasn't like a referral where you start from scratch. This was something where I got involved and I got paid. Because, you know, sometimes you can make referral, but the referral doesn't work out. Like you talk to the person and you say, yes, you have a case. No, you don't have a case. Or the person said, I don't have any money or whatever. That wasn't the case with him. Every person that he said, hey, I want you to be involved with this client, it was a paying client. And it was in the middle of the legal assistance. But beyond that, I mentioned it last week, and I'll make mention of it again. This man was a mentor. He and I spent many hours alone, just the two of us sitting, talking, exchanging ideas. He was a very thoughtful person. He was an exact person. You talk about economy of words, but powerful. You don't have to say a whole lot of things in order to be impactful. That was Ambassador Ward. He was a measured man. He wasn't given to nonsense. He wasn't given to frolicking. He not that kind of person. He was a serious person. But at the same time, you know, you could share a joke with him. As long as it was a clean joke. You know, he didn't invite the kind of, you know, certain jokes he didn't invite. But a wonderful, wonderful human being. He asked me to be a special guest in his class because he used to teach Homeland Security in the master's program at the University of the District of Columbia. And I felt fortunate and honored to make the appearance. And it was well received. We talked about, you know, politics endlessly. We talked about geopolitics endlessly. He would talk to me about the history of certain UN resolutions where Jamaica was concerned, how things came up, how it was addressed, how things were addressed, resolutions, behind the scenes kind of thing, tit for tat, wheeling and dealing, how things were done, the machinations of the UN. He taught me a lot. And for that, I'm eternally grateful. Because some of the skills that he taught me will be on display today. Aside from being a teacher, a politician, he was, as I said, a good person. He had a green thumb, and he loved talking about agriculture as well. That's one of his passions. And if you had the privilege of going to his house, I'm sure he would have had a meeting with you in this room where it's just plants all over the place. And if you went there during the summertime, he would take you around his house so you could see all the things he planted. And if you're really fortunate, he would share some of the bounty with you, provided things were in season. Except for Scotch bonnet pepper, he had that, you know, he had that in his freezer and in his fridge. And he had a way where he could disagree with you without being disagreeable. I've never heard him curse. I've never heard him raise his voice. His voice was a monotone. And so you could never tell when he was emphasizing something. So you had to pay really good attention. His facial features sometimes would betray his feelings about certain things, but not his voice. If you turned your back, his voice would be the same. But if you looked at him, and he was very sarcastic as well. He was very satirical. And yes, he was from St. Elizabeth. And we're going to talk about some things going on in St. Elizabeth today that he was aware of. So as I sit here, I can tell you I feel extremely proud and privileged to have been in his company, because he didn't accept everyone in his company, much less his home. His lovely wife, Sonia, I mean, she very warm, very inviting, charming woman. She's hurting right now. I spoke to her. As well she should. Yes, Sean, he's been on the program. I think I might even play a clip of him today. He's been on the program several times. Let me see if I can. I think we have him on one clip here. But people, he ran his race, and he ran it very, very, very well. He has truly left a legacy. And here's the difference between this gentleman and somebody like our Prime Minister. He never once mentioned the word legacy to me. His approach was, I am going to teach you all that I know in the hope that you will share it and that the message will be felt, will be heard, will resonate. That's his legacy. That he didn't care about a legacy. He cared about the here and now. He cared about you sitting in front of him. Not what people are going to say 10 years from now. You know, it's not his thing. When you sat with him, you got the feeling that you were the only person in the world. He was good at making you feel special. He wasn't distracted. He was a very, very focused person. I certainly will miss him, but what I will miss is the physical Curtis Ward. But the philosophical, the moral, the spiritual Curtis Ward will live with me forever. I'm eternally grateful to him. I'm eternally grateful to his family, particularly his wife, for how I was received, how I was treated, how I was regarded. So Curtis, my man, Ambo. You indeed have left a legacy without even trying or thinking about a legacy. You are a beautiful person. And in fact, speaking of beauty, I'm talking about inner beauty, but we used to laugh because he said in his older, in the later period of his life, people used to say that he looked like Alexander Bustamante, the way he couldn't hear. We used to laugh at that. So, yeah. And he's left a lot of disciples because many students have passed through his classes at the University of the District of Columbia. Many students. This man was a stalwart. He was in the community. He was a pillar, a tower of strength and knowledge and compassion and love. G-Dad said, shout out to Liquor Man. I wonder if I lock a liquor that. I don't know. But yeah, respect. So people, somebody said far from Boston. No, Georgia, it was the look, his look, you know, the way I'm coming here and thing like that. That's what he meant. Not in philosophy or politics or anything like that. So Curtis Ward, a man of blessed memory. All right, folks. I feel like playing a little bit of Curtis. Let me see if I can find. Let me see. Lost without Kevin. Kevin, thank God for you, man. If I hit the lottery, although I'm not supposed to play the lottery, but if I come into some money, rest assured, you will be fine, my brother. You really have nothing to worry about for the rest of your life. So,
you just boss.
Yeah, as I was saying,
the lottery is at 1.something billion. You know?
No, but he just gave away himself and announced to the world that he has X amount of tickets. Because he said when he win.
Well, not only that.
Wouldn't it be fun? Wouldn't it be something else, right? If I have the winning ticket, right? You would be smiling as well.
Not only that. As an attorney, Will Rattigan knows that he just made a contract.
There you go.
But as an attorney, I know that I can rescind the contract.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on whether or not you've already received consideration for what you're.
Well, that's true. That's true. I haven't received any consideration yet. You know, the offer, the acceptance, no consideration. But anyway, getting back to business. The Minister Johnson Smith, she went to Morocco in 2019, and I found that kind of strange. And they were, you know, and I read the Moroccan news, and it said that she was there to develop relations with Morocco, and they were talking about training, tourism, sustainable development, agriculture, and renewable energy. That's 2019. Fast forward, 2022. And I have all the documents here, but I just don't have enough time to go through them because I want to save enough time for Ambassador Ward to explain to us, give us the historical perspective in the UN, what actually happened. But in 2022, in March, I believe, of 2022, Jamaica received 2.6 million pounds of high-grade fertilizer from Morocco. And so it piqued my interest because I'm trying to think, why would Morocco give Jamaica 2.6 million pounds of high-grade fertilizer? For what? Then the second part of this story is that the fertilizer was to the government of Jamaica to be distributed to the farmers for free. I've spoken to several farmers, and I've only come across one person, well, actually two people, who knew about the fertilizer. One person went to RADA, the Rural Agricultural Development, I think, agency, and they told her she didn't qualify. So that was that. At the same time, now keep in mind, people, there's a war going on in the Ukraine. And the Ukraine is one of the world's biggest producers of fertilizer. So because of the war, fertilizer prices went sky high. There's a company in Jamaica called Ferguson Newport East. And it just so happens, and I'm just throwing this out for people to think, not making any accusations. But last year, after Jamaica received the 2.6 million pounds of fertilizer, Ferguson dropped or lowered their fertilizer prices 3 times. And what happened after that is, and I have it right here. They were talking about the fertilizer. And they were saying that there is a global shortage of fertilizer, and that the price, or the prices, because you have different types of fertilizer, prices were sky high. So I started thinking, well, wait a minute. You have the minister going to Morocco in 2019. Then you have the fertilizer coming in 2022 in March. Then you have Ferguson dropping prices after March. I think they dropped it in May, June, and November. And I'm thinking, well, wait a minute. Where did the fertilizer go, and why did Ferguson drop its prices? Those questions are still unanswered. But just keep those in mind, folks, as Ambassador Ward is going to reveal to us why and how did Jamaica get that gift in the first place. Ambassador Ward, the floor is yours, sir, and welcome.
Thank you very much for welcoming me to your program with all these other illustrious gentlemen who am sitting here in trepidation of your questions. Now, where should we begin on this? I think we should begin with a little bit of history about Jamaica's foreign policy. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Okay.
Conrad, readjust your camera, or flip it. All right, go ahead, Ambassador Ward.
Yes, I think we got a bit of background on Jamaica's relationship with Morocco and the whole issue of Western Sahara, because the foreign minister's trip to Morocco is tied to Jamaica's policy on Western Sahara. For those of your listeners who are not familiar, Western Sahara was a protectorate of Spain since 1984. And in 1963 was cleared by the UN General Assembly as a non-self-governing territory, putting Western Sahara in a category of territories that should be seeking and receiving independence based on the wishes of the people of non-self-governing states. Morocco, well, there was an agreement in 1975 called the Declaration of Principles on Western Sahara, which was done in Madrid, Spain, between Spain, Morocco, and Mauritania for the future administration, temporary administration, and I emphasize temporary. This was from 75. At one point, Spain decided to pull out of the agreement and to leave Western Sahara. Mauritania and Morocco made claims over Western Sahara territory. The people of Western Sahara rebelled. The group, which is well known as Polisario, which is the political as well as the military arm of the Sahrawi people in Western Sahara, began a war of liberation. They received backing from Algeria. Since that time, Mauritania withdrew. But since 1976, the Jamaican government has recognized the right to self-determination of the Sahrawi people of Western Sahara and has defended that right, that core principle of Jamaica's foreign policy, which we hold sacrosanct as a former colonial country, the right to self-determination of the people. Fast forward, we were on the UN Security Council in 2000-2001. At that point, Western Sahara was on the top of our agenda, among other conflicts on the African continent. Jamaica carried the brief for Western Sahara, along with the African representative during those 2 years. And a month or so before our term expired, I drafted a letter to the Legal Council of the UN, the Under Secretary General for Legal Affairs. Jamaica was presiding at the time over the UN Security Council. So I drafted a letter which we sent to the Under Secretary General of Legal Affairs to get a decision on whether there was legality in what Morocco was doing in terms of signing contracts with oil exploration companies to explore for oil on the coast of Western Sahara. Well, the response from the legal office, looking at all the terms of international law, UN resolutions, decision of the International Court of Justice, was that Morocco did not have administrative authority over Western Sahara. And no such authority was ever granted to Morocco. Fast forward, 2016, the Honest government decided to step back on its recognition of Polisario, which is also known as SADR. Began to step back their recognition of that group, meaning they were stepping back on the rights of the Sahrawi people to self-determination. Then, in 2019, Kamina Johnson-Smith, the Honorable Kamina Johnson-Smith, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Jamaica, visited Morocco. And I have here a report, according to Morocco World News, written on December 12, 2019. It said, Jamaica was a strong supporter, excuse me, of Morocco's claim over Western Sahara. The report stated that Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith announced in a press briefing in Rabat, Morocco on December 11, 2019, that Jamaica firmly supports the UN-led political process to find a solution to the Western Sahara issue. But here is the clincher. After saying that, according to the report, the foreign minister maintained the position Jamaica took in 2016 and reiterated its decision to withdraw its recognition of Southern Polisario. A total abandonment. Now, this to me was really shocking because this was an abandonment of a long-held principle of support of the right of the Sahrawi people to self-determination. What were the reasons behind this abandonment of a policy defended by Jamaica since 1976? Every government, including the government of former Prime Minister Edward Sealva. So this was quite troubling. And the vast majority of countries around the world do not recognize Morocco's claim over Western Sahara. On December 10th, 2020, that would make it about 40 days before Trump left office. He signed a proclamation recognizing the sovereignty of Morocco over Western Sahara as a precondition for Morocco to establish diplomatic relations with Israel. Now, you raise the issue, Mr. Rattigan, about the fertilizer. And I'm asking myself, actually, I'm asking the government of Jamaica. I'm asking Foreign Minister and Minister of Foreign Trade, the Honorable Kamina Johnson-Smith. Did we sell the recognition of the Sahrawi's people right, their inalienable right to self-determination for 1.2 metric tons of fertilizer? But there was also some information which I'm sure the Honest-led government was very well aware. It was a report in 2016 that came out from UNCTAD. It was part of the World Development Report. It revealed that that Morocco in 2015 had invested $600 million in sub-Saharan Africa. So the Honest administration would have been familiar with that. The question is, by recognizing Morocco's claim over Western Sahara, was that a quid pro quo for the fertilizer? Or was it part of a process that the Jamaican government has embarked on to attract Morocco's investment in Jamaica? But the other thing is, when the fertilizer arrived in March of 2022, the foreign minister, in speaking to the press, said, Morocco kept faith with Jamaica. Kept faith meaning there was a promise made. Was that the quid pro quo? Promise made, promise kept. So the foreign minister has never explained what she said to the press in Morocco. It has never been reported in Jamaican media. And I fault Jamaican media for that. I raise the issue of Israel because our Prime Minister Andrew Holness, visited Israel in January 2017. And he didn't take the foreign minister with him. He took the Minister of Finance and the representatives from his Economic Development Council, whatever he called it, right? Again, he came back from Israel and he never explained to the Jamaican people what took place in his discussions with Israel. But let me double check my dates here. In December of 2017, following his visit to Israel, when Donald Trump again decided to move the US Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, the majority of UN member states voted to condemn that move as contrary to resolutions of the UN Security Council and the General Assembly and peaceful settlement of the Palestinian issue of a Palestinian state. When the vote came up in the UN, and this is another issue on which Jamaica has been steadfast over all administrations in defending the right of the Palestinian people. The Andrew Holness-led government abstained on the vote in the UN. Normally, votes defending the rights of the Palestinian people would have had Jamaica's vote. This is another abandonment of one of our core principles. But don't take my word for it. I found an article written in the Observer, in the op-ed, an op-ed column written by Ralston Nemad. Ralston Nemad, Dr. Nemad, is a priest and a social commentator. Let me just give you a few of the words he wrote. This was on December 27, 2017, following Jamaica's vote on the Palestinian issue. And I quote, he said, "Any hallmark of good governance is the fidelity to principles that one considered almost sacrosanct. One does not bend these principles to serve another end unless there is compelling reason to do so." He said, to abstain on the vote of this magnitude sends a very powerful signal, perhaps even more powerful than if the country had voted yes or no. He said, some will argue this was a cowardly move. He went on to say, perhaps even more, he went on to say, which was not in keeping with Jamaica's long tradition of not recognizing Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. The question now is Jamaica abandoning the high moral ground that it has taken on the Jerusalem question? So now we have recognition by one country, the United States, of Morocco's sovereignty over Western Sahara, for Morocco's recognition of, well, engaging in diplomatic relations with Israel. Just recently, the Moroccan government said, up to this point, while they have established some form of diplomatic relationship, they have not decided to put their embassy. They have not opened an embassy. And they will not do so unless Israel recognizes Morocco's sovereignty over Western Sahara. The betting now is odds on that Netanyahu will recognize Morocco's sovereignty. So there's a triangle between Jamaica, Morocco, and Israel.
And the US.
And the US. However, there's lots of pressure on the Biden administration to rescind not the Jerusalem status, but the Morocco's sovereignty over Western Sahara. There is some pressure on where that is concerned. But Jamaica, we talk about transparency in government. Jamaica has never explained the Jerusalem vote or the Western Sahara decision. My question is, and it is a question which is implicit in something else Dr. Nemad said in his article. He said, Jamaicans find Honus's fence-sitting particularly revolting. Jamaica's voice in the international fora has never been muted when it comes to matters on which the nation ought to be heard. He's talking about the abstention. And he said, one should not appear cowardly for the sake of getting along. If the government has a cogent and credible explanation for its actions, it must come out and tell the Jamaican people. If it cannot, then it should apologize for insulting us in this matter. And that goes for both issues. Those are, the latter part were my words.
Yeah, folks, let me stop it right there and reflect. This is what I'm talking about when I say sitting with this man. You have no choice but to learn. You can't help it. Big up yourself, Professor Kevin.
Greetings and salutations.
All right, greet the people, sir. You're here.
Blessings, everybody. It's good to be here. It's always good to be here. I was caught up in listening to the late great Ambassador Curtis Ward and hearing a voice of experience, a voice of truth, a voice of knowledge. And maybe people didn't quite connect the dots and draw the lines back then, but now people are connecting some dots and realizing some truths.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, some facts were put out there, but I can't emphasize it enough. Not all facts are true, but you're guaranteed that the truth is a fact.
Indeed.
So we've presented some documents, we've presented some articles, we've presented some things along the way. And back then, when Ambassador Ward was on, a lot of people heard some things for the first time and went, this could have really got so. Hindsight is 2020. When you look at it now, you realize, right? There's more to come. But Outside of that, bless up everybody. Sorry to be late. Other duties had called. We're here now, and the class continues. The university grows, and
Yes, sir.
the pursuit of truth continues.
Yes, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Um, folks, again, let me put up in picture and just tell you, say, this man here, a giant of a man, giant of a man. Can't stop talking about him. And we will continue to make references to the lessons that he left with us. And you know, I spoke to his wife recently, and she said to me, she said, I remember you come and both of you used to sit down and talk. And she said, I don't have to worry about Curtis' departure because he left you with a lot and you will have to carry on the message. His wife told me that. Big shoes to fill. Can't fill them, I can tell you that right now. Will never fill them. But I'm going to try my best to at least move the needle. I am going to try my level best to move the needle in the hope that he will be satisfied with my effort. And so, Ambo, we say so long, not goodbye. All right, folks,
Such time.
let's move on. Oh, here's another person that we have to say a few words about. Stephen Catcore. Rest in power. I had the pleasure of seeing him back in I think it was 1982 at the University of Maryland. And when I say, seeing him, I saw Third World. And I mean, they were at their very best during that time period. They still continue to excel, but I remember exactly where I was. I remember the songs. In fact, there's one song that he sang that I was trying to find it to play tonight, but it's I can't find it. In the fullness of time, I'll find it and I'll play it. But a magician on the guitar when it comes to our, well, I'll just leave that to Kevin because Kevin spent more time with him than I because he was down in the Florida area quite a bit, and Kevin got a chance to sit chat with him and watch him at work. So, Professor.
Well, time with Cat Core and Third World, it's timeless moments. Last year, had to have been last year. If it wasn't last year, it was the year before. We're in Maryland for a festival.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah. And we got to the airport. They gave us a vehicle. We had a vehicle arranged. I was the driver. Never been to Maryland. We all loaded up in that minivan and had a grand old time. Went to the hotel. It was just on all the time. And we had a good time together. And as late last year, Rupert, one of the guitar players, passed away. He transitioned. And we had an evening together celebrating his life. And Third World did karaoke. If there's anything that is unfair in this world, it is Third World doing karaoke. Totally unfair. Having a little bit of feedback with your monitor, Provost. So, and they sang, and we sang, and we had a grand old time once again. And then last month, we just had the Hearts for Jamaica concert, the benefit event in Palm Beach, Rivera Beach to be specific. And I I don't know where to find it now. And this was just last month, but you'll see a clip where Ernest Smith is on stage performing, and Cat comes up behind him, giving him recognition. And Cat and I in the background and on stage having a grand old time, laughing it up. He just was just life. Music. The man was a maestro, a magician on the strings. And it didn't matter if it was guitar, if it was cello, violin. The man's just a maestro on the strings. And he'll be truly missed. Truly, truly missed. The group is beside themselves. The third world is just beside themselves. And it's I saw the news and I was like, this couldn't, no. How? Just so quick, just so. But such is life, right? And it reminded me that there are precious moments. You never know which ones are the real ones. So you need to count them all precious. Times I had with Cat Core, Rupee, that both have transitioned on, and members that remain of Third World, priceless gems. I was talking with somebody and I told him, I don't even have a picture. I could say, let me show you this picture right now. Because that wasn't the reason for us being together. We're together to just enjoy our time together. That is somewhere that you can't share. You can barely find words. But Cat Core, rest in power, brethren. You remember you muted here, Provost? You're still muted. Okay, good now.
Mic check. I can't wait. I can't wait for switch over. I can't wait for this, get rid of this system here because it's just yeah. So you know I'm not talking about.
Soon and very soon, Provost.
Yeah, all right, sir. All right, cool. Welcome to the Rattigan University, where lies are dispelled and truth is upheld, and that will be reflected today, as it has been every time we meet. Shaping civic minds for a better tomorrow. Students, tune in because the next thing we're going to be doing a little thing on parliamentary procedure, because we're going to show you, how important it is for the parliamentarians to study the standing rules, and they have not been studying the standing rules, despite our encouragement. They haven't, and therein lies a problem. We're going to show you something from the South African Parliament. You're going to find it hilarious, but at the same time, I want you to focus on the education of it. And then we're going to go to Jamaica. We're going to show you some things that happen, and then we're going to go to the standing orders. And by the way, wink, wink, this will be on the midterm. So you might want to pay attention to this. All right. This is what we plan on talking about today. The unaccounted. You hear them say unaccounted doesn't mean that it's missing and it's that, but all kinds of, it doesn't mean it's stolen. Is that? Well, anyway, we are going to talk about the unaccounted Moroccan Fertilizer. The Auditor General's bold move. She took a strong stance on this. I'm hoping to get to it, but I don't know if we'll get to it because we have so many things planned for you. Financial scandal at the University Hospital of the West Indies. Is this another 9-day wonder? We don't think so. We don't think so. Again, based on the Auditor General's bold move. And we're going to provide something to you today that we don't believe has been seen by anyone. And it's a statement coming from a company. It was provided to us, and we're gonna discuss that. You're gonna find it quite interesting. And then, folks, then the diaspora election. We also have something on the South Coast. If you live in Treasure Beach, or if you have property in the Treasure Beach area, and we know that Ambassador Ward came from that area. Also, Black River. You need to watch our presentation today because we're encouraging you not to sell your property because there's something going on. There is something going on that you need to pay close attention to. There's another story we're going to do, a story about the illegal mining of sand. And you might say to yourself, what does that have to do with us? A lot. We're going to show you that they warned, the government was warned about the illegal mining. Where? In the Black River area. And they were told that in the event there's a flooding, there's a catastrophic event, Black River could suffer immeasurably. Can't measure it because of the illegal mining of sand. We're going to show all of that to you. Yeah, the diaspora election. Goodness gracious me, people. Goodness gracious me. I'll be honest with you. I don't know how people can be so unaware. Is another word I was going to use. Unaware of consequences. I don't know. I don't know. Especially with somebody like me. Especially with somebody like me. Because I know where I'm from. I know where I am. And I know where I want to go. And you heard a certain politician say, "Me not afraid of nobody." Me not afraid of that politician there.
You could have helped yourself, could you?
I couldn't help myself. I'm not afraid of that politician there. I'm not afraid of that politician there. And if I'm not afraid of that politician, the strong signal is that I'm not afraid of none of them. And we will talk about it later on. I'm trying to restrain myself because people, there's so much I want to tell you. There's so much I'm going to tell you, but there's so much that I won't tell you. Because you know how it go. Sometimes you have to hold back and let things play out. OT said then chop it. So we shall see. All right. That is it. There you go, the faculty. And today we're going to be joined by Dr. Devon Taylor. And that has to do with Black River, particularly the Black River on the beaches. We have something we have to talk about. There he is right there. So the guest lecturers. I'm ahead of myself and I'm ahead of see what happens when you don't wait, you see? Producer Jonah dead with laugh now because she said he might talk on the next slide. So all of you students of Jamaica and the Jamaican diaspora, guest lecturers today, all right? The chat is there. Express yourself. All right. Go ahead.
Of course, you are encouraged to be active listeners. Don't just listen to or keep an ear open so that you can respond to something that appeals to you. Be very present so that we can use our time effectively. Comment to contribute from a constructive standpoint. You can only do that when you're present and actively listening. Celebrate the contributions of others. Like the comments that may be out of left field. You're not just going to browbeat anybody, but you present in such a way, thank you for your opinion. We're not on that right now, but thank you for participating. And enjoy the experience. There are some highs, there will be some lows, and life gives us those ebbs and flows. Within this broadcast, within this time and space, we get to experience some of those. And so, in being present, you get to enjoy it also. That way, what you learn, you retain, as long as you enjoy it. Provost.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Huh? Just some thoughts. Just some thoughts. The real measure of power is not how it serves you, but how it serves others. See what we're talking about? We're not talking about individualism around here. We're talking about community. The real measure of power is not how it serves you. And that's what we're fighting against. That's when we talk about good governance, transparency, accountability. It's not how you interact with a friend, a business colleague. It's how you interact with the society at large. That's the real measure of power. That's the understanding we want you to have. We won't get there quickly. If we get there quickly, then great. But I'm willing to take one step at a time for us all to get there. And this one, we're going to move on after this one. Education is not preparation for life. Education is life itself. Education is life itself. I remember what the provost said. Enjoy, focus, reflect.
As we're moving on to, I just want to remind everybody, it was put in the chat just now. If you can, if you're so inclined, but you are encouraged to, go ahead, become executive channel members. Sign up, subscribe, do the thing. You will not be disappointed. I'm pretty sure you're not disappointed that you're already locked in. So just take the next step and go the rest of the way. Of course, do contribute to the movement, do contribute to the foundation, do contribute to what is happening, what is being done by the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. Visit the OJLDF website and hit on the contribute button, the donate button, and specify how you want your donations to be used. It will be used specifically in that way. And as people of integrity, not like the organization referred to as the commission, but people of real integrity. What you want your funds to do, that is what will be done with it. Tablets, the support of our young people in Jamaica with tablets, that has not ended. That goes on. The support to Melissa Relief, that has not ended. The support as it relates to court cases, that has not ended, as you will continue to hear. So your continued support is still required and encouraged. Thank you in advance. Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, let's stop right there. We have some more quotes, but I think we're going to save them because there's something that we want to do. No. Let's start out with Parliament. You remember that we talked about, you remember you saw the video where the Speaker of the House, the Honorable Juliet Holness, where she called a point of order on Mr. Warmington, and he rightfully corrected her and said, you can't call as a speaker or chairman, you can't call point of order on the members. They can call point of order against you. And remember, we played a video where Julius Malema, he called a point of order on the chair of a committee, and the chair didn't want to accept it. And then he said, no, you're making a mistake. I'm calling a point of order on you. And I'm going to show you that you're making a mistake if you continue doing what you plan to do. And he explained to him, and then what did the speaker say? He said, you're right. I didn't even realize that. Oh, we wish we had such honesty, such humility in Jamaica. But here we go. I'm going to show you now 2 videos from the South African Parliament, and I'm going to show you 2 videos from the Jamaican Parliament. And then we're going to go into the standing orders, and I'll show you, I'll emphasize to you what I've been emphasizing all along, that the parliamentarians should study this book. It is their Bible and they don't know it. And when they stand up, if you are familiar with this, nobody can touch you in a parliament. If you're familiar with the standing rules, it's going to be difficult, very difficult. Now, the first video I'm going to play, I'm going to show you what you do when you want to ignore the rules. When you want to ignore the rules and you want to create a scene and you want to emphasize a point to the majority, I'm going to show you what you do. And then I'm going to show you a second video where you call a point of order and the speaker is trying to avoid having you make that point of order. Then we're going to go to the Jamaican Parliament and show you some things that were said. And in Jamaica, I must be honest, it was said on some of these things have been said on both sides of the aisle. But we're going to pick this one because it's fresh. The 2 that we're picking, they're fresh in our minds. One of them just happened this week, and we're going to show you what actually happened. Here we go.
What this means is that the ANC government, with the influence of business politicians, in particular Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, premeditated the killing of mine workers in Marikana. They engaged in what in law is known as conspiracy to commit murder.
Point of order.
Mr. Cyril worker Madara Ramaphosa played a certain role in influencing the police to take a concomitant action against the workers.
Honorable Malema, there's a point of order, Honorable Malema.
Management.
Honorable Malema.
By the first part, chapter 966,
Honorable Malema,
court, which says Lieutenant
Honorable
General
Malema,
Bombo
please.
also mentioned that when she spoke
Honorable
to the
Malema.
police, Minister
Point of order, Chair.
Mr. Ramaphosa,
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable
and
Malema,
pressurizing. It is clear
Honorable
that the
Malema.
Bombo felt pressure of Ramaphosa, as she was at pains to explain to Mr. Mukwena that the person who telephoned the minister was a politically influential, an indicator they perceived that Mr. Ramaphosa influenced that decision to murder the workers. The commission also accepted that Mbombo took into account irrelevant political consideration the situation at Marikana. She did not want the mining companies to be seen to be supporting AMCU. She did not want mining companies.
Honorable Malema, your time has expired.
No, my time has not expired.
It has. Once it's read, it means it has expired.
You are interfering with my
Honorable Malema, I asked you to sit for a point of order. You refused.
I didn't hear.
Now my time, I say your time has expired.
But I didn't hear the point of order. I was dealing
You
with
did not
serious matters. I
respond.
didn't hear
Honorable
those things.
Malema, Honorable Malema, please, there is a process in this house, and we all accept the rules of this house. And I asked you to sit down so that I can take the point of order. You ignored us and continued. Now your time has expired. Please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
See, what he was doing there is making a point. He knows the rules. He's making a point as the leader of an opposition party. And he was forcing the chair's hand. It's almost like one of those things where he wanted to get his message out. And it's one of those things where, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to sustain the points of order against him. So what he did the typical thing where in a court you say, have you stopped, you say to the person sitting on the stand, just for example, have you stopped beating your wife? You know what's going to happen? The judge is going to say, well, an attorney, the other side is going to get up and say objection, and the judge is going to sustain the objection. Because you haven't laid the groundwork to say that this man has ever beaten his wife. You said, have you stopped beating your wife? You have to lay the groundwork that this man, first of all, that he has a wife, that he used to abuse the wife, so on and so forth. So you get the point. But they don't care. See, the jury is sitting there, and you want the jury to hear that. And then when the other side is objecting, the jury is going to say, well, why are they objecting? We want to hear as he stopped beating his wife. So it's one of those tactics that they use in court a lot. You want the jury to hear something. You want to plant that seed in the jury's mind, even though you have no basis for it to set it up, but you just want the jury to hear. That's what happened here. He wanted them to hear what he was going to say, and he just said, I don't care. I'm not going to pay attention to points of order. That's when you really want to be disruptive and you want to make your point. Here's the second video.
Honorable,
the meeting is called for a special purpose.
Honorable Floyd Shibambo, I have not recognized you.
Will you please recognize me?
What are you standing on?
On a point of order, 14F.
What is your point of order?
The point of order is that the rules of the joint sitting apply even when this is a state of nation address. That is number one. You can't recognize the clerk as the president of what? Who voted for him? Are you saying this parliament, a democratic elected parliament, must recognize a white-only president who was elected by a criminal system of apartheid?
Honorable
Shibambo. As such.
Honorable Shibambo.
It cannot be correct.
Honorable Shibambo, yes, you are right. The joint rules apply to this sitting. Order. 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 You are right. The rules apply. And the rules apply, and those rules have never been questioned. History of this country is there for everybody. We recognized that there was an apartheid system. We also recognized that it was a system that brought us all into this house. And therefore that submission, that point of order is not sustained.
Speaker.
What are you standing on?
On a point of order.
What is your point of order?
Just accept that you as the presiding officers, you made a mistake by inviting de Klerk. So de Klerk must go. Like you've been making mistakes.
Please take your seat. We have not made any...
Can you ask that?
Please take your seat, honorable member. We have not made any mistake. Take your seat.
Honorable Speaker, you are talking about history. What I'm telling you is not history.
Honorable Malema, I did not recognize you. Please take your seat.
Did Clark get interview last week?
Honorable Malema, I did not recognize you. Please take your seat.
On a point of order, Speaker.
What is your point of order?
Speaker, you just said yourself that it was apartheid. Who presided over apartheid? De Klerk. And just last week he said apartheid was not crime against humanity. So we were humans enough to be killed by apartheid system, and the person who presided over that system must come and be seated here
Honorable
with us
Mente.
After killing our forefathers,
Honorable Mente.
after killing our brothers and masters
Honorable
and sisters.
Mente, please take your seat.
No.
You are taking your seat.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Honorable members, are we going to go on and on and on the matter of the presence of former President de Klerk?
Speaker.
May I then tell this House,
Speaker,
that the presence of former President de Klerk in this House is proper because we have done it in terms of the rules. We have always been open about former presidents and former leaders of this House, and therefore delaying the business of this House tonight on the matter of former President de Klerk is not going to help us. So may I suggest that I will not take any further points of orders on this matter.
Speaker.
Honorable Ndlosi, if you address me on a different point, not on the matter of former President de Klerk.
I'm afraid, Speaker, you have a constitutional obligation.
I want all of you to pay attention to what Ndlozi said, or what he's going to say, because it goes straight to a point that was made in the Jamaican Parliament this past Monday. Listen to his reasoning when it comes to points of order.
To respect the rules.
Thank you.
Honorable Floyd Shibambo, I have honorable. And the rules apply, and those rules have never been questioned. History of this country is there for everybody. We recognized that there was an apartheid system. We also recognized that was a system that brought us all into this house. And therefore that submission, that point of order is not sustained.
Speaker.
What are you standing on?
On a point of order.
What is your point of order?
Just accept that you as a presiding officer, you made a mistake by inviting de Klerk.
Honorable Speaker, you are talking about history.
Honorable Malema, I did not recognize. What is your point of order?
Speaker, you just said yourself that it was apartheid. Said apartheid was not killed by apartheid system, and the person killing our forefathers, after killing our brothers and masters and sisters.
Of order, Speaker.
Honorable members, are we going to go on and on and on the matter of the presence of former President de Klerk?
Speaker.
May I then tell this House,
Speaker,
that the presence of former President de Klerk in this House is proper because we have done it in terms of the rules. We have always been open about former presidents and former leaders of this House, and therefore delaying the business of this House tonight on the matter of former President de Klerk is not going to help us. So may I suggest that I will not take any further points of orders on this matter.
Speaker.
Honorable Lucie, if you address me on a different point, not on the matter of former President de Klerk.
I'm afraid, Speaker.
I apologize for going back too far. This is where we should have restarted.
You have a constitutional obligation to respect the rules. You do not make them as you go. There is no such a rule that you are anticipating what I'm going to stand on and rule on it in anticipation.
See that? There is no such rule that you anticipate what I'm going to say and then you prevent me from making my point. You can't do that. You have to listen to my point of order. And then you have two choices. One, you can tell me to withdraw the statement I just made. Two, you can say, I'm ruling you out of order. But you can't tell me I'm not, except in a case where the debate is over, votes have been taken, and then now somebody wants to make a point of order to go back to something that's been decided. That's the key point I wanted to make. Here we go.
That's number one. You are a commander of Mkhonto Esizwe. You ANC members sitting here. You taught us, you said we must reconcile with these people because they accept the mistakes that they have made. That is history. That's okay. We're not talking about history. We're talking about last week. De Klerk takes platform in front of the whole world and says apartheid was not a crime against humanity. You must be ashamed you are sitting here clapping hands as ANC people. You must be ashamed. No one is even raising us. Speaker, no one is even raising a substantial argument in relation to what we are raising. You are busy clapping hands.
Honorable Ndlozi.
De Klerk is an apartheid
apologist.
Not in 1990.
Honorable Ndlozi.
1994.
My ruling stands.
Yesterday.
Take your seat. I am very, very clear and simple. If you are standing up on any...
All right, let me remove that. So now you've seen two examples of things that happened in the South African Parliament. We're going to show you what happened in the Jamaican Parliament. One incident happened this week. I'm not sure when the second one took place. Here we go.
House, we're not embarrassed by passing a legislation that has too many holes, and then the general social media will say all we did was copy and paste, and we didn't have mature considerations and all the critiques that come from it. And so I'm saying it.
Let me just set this up. I'm sorry. They're discussing an amendment to the law concerning juries, and it's been put forward, of course, by the Ministry of Justice, and there's a debate going on about some of the amendments. People disagree about some of the amendments being put forward, and not only that, what they're doing is they're saying, let's refine it. They're coming up with ways to close the gap between what's on paper and what should be on paper. And so ISAT is arguing that there are some shortcomings with some of the amendments that have been proposed. That's the scenario. And then we're gonna get to points of order.
With the greatest amount of respect, to say that there's a little bit more work that has to be done in relation to the section 42A, B, and C, and including an inclusion and a direction of the appellate jurisdiction that would give effect to the legislation. I'm truly saddened that the increase in the stipend is attached to this particular amendment, because it's a tricky or a slippery slope. And those are just my humble contributions, and ask that you would consider it so that it doesn't delay what I know is much needed. And I support, Minister. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're speaking, Mercy?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Your mic is on. Your mic was on. You need to turn it on. Right.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I rise and I want to acknowledge the views of the member from Northeast St. Elizabeth and Eastern Portland. But I want to start out by saying, although I'm new in the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, that ministry has a minister that has done sterling work and is intelligent. It has had other ministers, hold on, I'm on my feet, and has had other ministers that have been equally capable and has done work that is thoughtful. The ministry does not do patchy work. The minister, hold on, I didn't interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. No, I did not interrupt you. I did not interrupt you.
Mr. Speaker, a point. With the greatest amount of respect, and I said I was constrained and painstakingly, and no, I said it. I said we do not want to have that said about this house further the ministry. I have the greatest amount of respect for Mr. Chuck, and I have the greatest amount of respect for Mrs. Ford. And I want it to be clear that I said the very attack that I'm speaking of is what we do not want for the house. I'm a part of this house. And no, I'm saying that. I'm making that clear. And I said, in fact, and I just want that to say, because we are in a social media area where persons will cut and paste, and I'm not here for sound bites. No, I was not. And I painstakingly said it. Thank you. But that's what I said. I was clear on what I said.
Member, you have to turn.
Therefore, yes, I want to say, therefore, that my comment is very appropriate. It's a backhanded way of introducing to the public as we speak as members of parliament that there is incompetence. It is a backhanded way of doing it. We have a minister that is, no, I'm not saying that. I am saying we have a minister that is capable, has managed a ministry, and in addition to the minister and previous ministers who have worked here, we have a technical team at the ministry that is excellent and very good and careful with their deliberations. And I want to make the point that this act that has languished in this parliament for, I think, from 2016, went through, I allowed both members to speak, and I would expect the same courtesy to be extended to me. Again?
Member. A point of order is to ask a question. Yes, in here. Yes. So,
Where we find these people from? Where do we find these people? Hear what he said? A point of order is to ask a question. It's more than that. It's much more. I'll show you.
listen, we are not going to take it tit for tat. You had your chance. You had your chance. You made a statement. I don't. I don't have to hear the point of order. I am going to.
You hear that? Did you hear that? I don't have to take a point of order.
I think you need to play that again, Provost.
What rubbish. Let me play it again.
I don't have to hear the point of order. I am going to allow the member to continue, and you are going to take your seat. Member, you can go. Member, you can turn the mic on.
Mr. Speaker.
Member, you can sit first, please.
Mr. Speaker, I have never seen or heard of an instance where a member wishes to rise on a point of order and it is denied. I urge you, Mr. Speaker, to allow the member to raise his standing or his point of order, and then you can decide on it. But I think you have to hear him, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I would agree that the point of order, once the member rises to indicate that he has a point of order, the point of order should be heard. However, I ask the member to keep the point of order in the confines of the standing orders. A point of order is not to say that you don't like how something is being phrased, is to make a clear designation that the member speaking may.
Here's another one with the gobbledygook talk. He's a much ado. He's saying a lot and saying nothing at the same time. Some of these people just love to hear themselves.
Be doing something contrary to the standing orders. So I think
Look, let me stop right. Let me just tell. What is a point of order? A point of order, and this is going to be on the test. A point of order is to ensure orderly conduct. It is to protect minority rights. It is to call to attention to violation of parliamentary rules and keeping discussions focused on proper procedures rather than personal feelings or general objections. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. And a speaker can refuse to recognize a point of order if it's frivolous, invalid, or used to disrupt proceedings, or if the matter is not truly procedural. But here's the key. How do you know if you don't listen to it? How do you know if you don't listen to it? And that's why I said to you, you have to listen when the point of order is made, except for certain circumstances. If the debate is over, the vote has been taken, fine. But once the debate is going on, you have to take the point of order. And then you can say, as a speaker, I rule you out of order, meaning that it's not considered. Or if the person says something that is offensive, etc., the speaker could simply ask the person to withdraw. Withdraw your statement. And all of this is captured on what they call Hansard, which is that record-keeping mechanism of everything being said in Parliament. That's how it's done. But these people, I continue to be amazed that Jamaicans are paying their salaries. Continue to be amazed.
Because the last time it was more of, I think because the last time it was more of a conversation, right? So if you could keep the point of order clear so that the speaker can rule on the point.
Mr. Speaker, the member from South Trelawney spoke about the particular amendment which I spoke about and said that it was.
You see how foolish the speaker looks now? He wasn't going to take a point of order from ISAT when ISAT requested it a while ago. He said he's not taking it. Now look who's speaking. Because why? A member on the opposition said, it's the first time I've ever seen this where a person rises on a point of order and you say, I'm not going to listen. And then a member of the government side said, no, you can't stop him from rising on a point of order. You can limit the things that he can say, but you can't stop the person from rising on a point of order. You have to, once you recognize the person has to get up and then the person has to open his or her mouth. And then once you hear, then there are things you can do, but you can't do it without hearing. I remember what I played with the South African Parliament where Ndozi said to the speaker, you can't anticipate what I'm going to say and rule in anticipation. You have to hear me out. Let's hear ISAT out.
There from 2016. The matter in question was before the Privy Council in 2024, where I stood before the Privy Council and I said, and the minister respectfully said that the particular amendment which I gave my contribution to was as a result of that very case. And I just heard the speaker misleading this house to say that it was there from 2016.
And when somebody is misleading the house, you have a right to stand on a point of order. ISAT is talking about tainted juries. You know, when he said he's talking about the Vibes Cartel case with the tainted jury. That's what they're discussing. Somebody meant the Jury Act.
I cannot sit and allow that. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
All right. Essentially, I'm shut her down. Now I'm going to walk you through, and this is for all the politicians watching too, actual and budding politicians. If you're a politician or you want to become a politician, let me walk you through some of the things in the standing orders. All right. Let me put it up on the screen. Remember, this will be on the exam. There it is. All right. Now let's go to 32. See what it says right there? (32:12). No member may speak on any question after it has been fully put to the vote by the speaker or chairman. That is, after the voices of the ayes and noes have been collected. Once the voting has been completed, you can't rise on a point of order. Before the votes have been taken, you can rise. And we're going to show you how you rise. So that's 32:12. Let's go to 33. I think let's hold on. Okay. Look at this one. Subject to the provisions of Standing Orders 26, 38, and 39, a member shall not interrupt another member except what? A, by rising to a point of order. So once somebody has the floor, you can't chat and you can't carry on and you can't cuss. No, you have to be silent. Except when you rise to a point of order. And when you rise, that person has to be told by the chairperson or the speaker to sit so that we can hear what you're rising on. Remember this. Remember the citations. It's 34, right? And the other one was 33:12. Let me see what else we have. 34A and 34A and B. That's 34A and B. Let's go to 35. 35, 5, and 6. All right, here it is. 35:4. It shall be out of order to use offensive and insulting language about members of either chamber. And we're going to show you one where somebody said to somebody, shut up your mouth. What should have happened when that happened? Somebody should have said, Speaker, point of order. I rise on Rule 35:4. That what was said, them have to take it back. They have to withdraw the statement. This is how you hold people to rules. You don't make it be a getaway train. Hold them to, because once you have displayed your mastery of the rules, then can't fool with you. They cannot fool with you. So anytime you hear somebody says something that's offensive and insulting, all a politician has to say, all a member of parliament has to say is point of order. Chairperson, Speaker, I rise on Rule 35:4, and I request that what the Speaker said be withdrawn. Simple as that. Look at number 5. No member shall impute improper motives to any other member of either chamber, which is part and parcel of 4. If you start impute improper motives and you start think for people and getting at them head and say, oh, I think this is what they want to do. No, that's impermissible. And look at 6. We talk about this one when Speaker Juliet Holness called Mr. Warmington. She said, Warmington, look at 6. No member shall refer to any other member by name. He should have shouted out and said, Speaker, I'm calling a point of order against you. 34:6, you can't call me by name. So you need to withdraw that statement.
Let me ask you,
Andrea Burke. But Andrea, you see, once you the thing about it, Andrea, they're not quoting the rule. They have the rule book, you know. Every member of parliament has this rule book. And if you quote Andrea, trust me. Just trust me on this, Andrea. And if you know anyone, any politician, any parliamentarian in Jamaica, tell them to start quoting the rules, and you see what happened. You know, the moment you said, Speaker, I stand on a point of order, I'm referring to Rule 35(4) of our standing orders. Guess what will happen? The Speaker don't know the rule. The Speaker forget somebody now for sure. Speaker forget somebody for sure. And I like that. Let me go down further. I think I have one more. 35.
As you look for that, Provost, of what value is saying, okay, I withdraw that statement?
All right.
How much value is it really?
All right. Here's what it is. Because remember, it's captured on Hansard, right?
Yes.
And it's kind of embarrassing for the person to withdraw your statement. Kind of embarrassing because it shows that you're speaking without thinking. And so this is a chance to rein you in, to say, look, you know what? Essentially, it's saying apologize to the person. So they said, you have to withdraw your statement. And then you have to say, okay, I withdraw. And then you see, if you get enough withdrawals, people start ignoring you. They start look at you like you have no sense. You shouldn't even be here. Because every time you say something, you have to withdraw, you have to get up and withdraw it.
And I ask that question because the average Joe, without knowing the importance of something like that, would just think, oh, it's just another thing that happened in Parliament.
Right.
They don't associate, they don't place any value on something like that.
Because you know why? They don't place any value on it because we don't place any value on it.
Well, I'm talking about us, the average Joes.
Right. And if the politicians, and you know what, this goes back to civics.
Correct.
Civics. That's why we have rules. We have rules not to break them, but to obey them. I'm talking about the standing order in Parliament. They didn't establish them so that you can just break them. They established them so that there would be order, there would be decorum, there would be a process of addressing the issues of the day. And so what will happen is that you would teach them, you would beat them and teach them.
Mm-hmm.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is civics. It has to start somewhere. And if it means it has to start here, let it begin. Look at Rule 40. It says, whenever there's a debate, and that was a debate that I just showed you, all members, any member, if you're not the person speaking, you shall maintain silence while another member is speaking, except if you want to rise on a point of order. So you see a lot of shouting back and forth, blah, 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 blah. All you have to do is rise above the fray and show them, say, listen, we don't have rules here, and we're going to abide by them. And then once you call it to the attention of the speaker, stand on point of order, Rule 40, subsection A. It says that when I'm speaking, anyone is speaking, everybody else should remain silent, except on a point of order. And there is no point of order on the floor, and these people are screaming. So I ask you to call them to order. Make them work for their money, man, and make them breathe and understand. And there it is, when somebody is speaking, you must conduct yourself in a fit and proper manner. So you can't complain and you can't cuss and you can't carry on. I think I have one more, Kevin. Where is it? 43.2, I think. Hold on. Let me see. No, this is what you see in the South African Parliament, but you don't see it in the Jamaican Parliament. This is right. This. Any member whose conduct is grossly disorderly, the chairman can say you have to leave the house. And here's what it says, and may take direct steps. I may direct such steps to be taken as are necessary to enforce such order. make them make me speaker. If no, it won't happen. But if I were a speaker and them carry on like that, no man, you call the sergeant at arms and just say, look, escort him out of the building or escort her out of the building.
Oh, sure, him out.
And them suspended for the rest of the discussion. That's it. But here's what happened. You see, if you don't apply the rules, then the rules will not be applied. And you have to show them that you understand the rules and that the rules are there for a purpose. They're there for a purpose. And the main purpose, is for proper decorum. It's so that things can move smoothly in an orderly fashion.
So, really and truly,
don't stand limbs and say we used to practice this in school and then taught it in the late 70s onwards. But Andrea Burke, you say, like when you want to, because remember now, Parliament is televised, all over the world, right? And when you want to, it showed the whole world that we have a speaker here who doesn't understand what the hell is going on. And then the question is going to come up, then how did she become speaker? And you remember, all of you, want to remember how you get a speaker in the house? Want to remember? Let me show you now. For those of you who have forgotten, let me show you. The opposition should have, here it is right here, election of speaker. Here it is. Here it is right here. I remember first, you find out that somebody is willing to serve and here it is right here. You propose a member as Speaker of the House. And then it will be seconded. And then if no other such member be suggested for the office, then that person so proposed and seconded will be the Speaker of the House. And we all remember how she became Speaker the first time around. Lest we forget, it was a member of the opposition that said we have no objection to her being Speaker, and she became Speaker. And the second time around, remember what I said? I said it a few weeks ago. I said, what should have happened? They should have said, okay, somebody proposed her. Well, we're going to propose Warmington, Mr. MP Warmington. And you would have created friction on the government side. Because guess what? Mr. Warmington knows the rules better than the current Speaker will ever no. He knows the rules. She doesn't know the rules. He knows the rules. And he wanted that job. And guess what? They weren't going to give it to him. So guess what happened now? You have Mr. Warmington on your side, because Mr. Warmington, MP Warmington would say, the opposition called for my ascendancy to the Speaker's position. And my own party turned me down for this lady who she'd have no clue what's going on. This is how you do it. Let me just go back to let me move this and go back to one more thing before we move on to the sand issue. I think this is it. Hold on.
I want to admit.
Let me say something. Oh, hold on. Is this the one? No, the one with Mr. Vaz.
We should, in fact.
I thought we had it. I thought we added that one, Kevin.
Oh.
If you can find that one for me, the one with Mr. Vaz. So I'm a big friend. I'm a good friend. Open my own. I still teach point of order, etc. for debates and discussions on high school and college classes. Rules and procedures are in place for protocol that maintains classroom decorum. Exactly, Opal. Exactly. Oh, Jesus is Lord, to play what she was admitting to. In the interest of time, Jesus is Lord, we are going please accept my humble apology. We have to go move on because we have so many things to talk about. I was waiting for Kevin to just put up the thing with Minister Vaz, and then I can show you what they should have objected to. And I'm telling you, if I were in charge of the opposition, I would have a workshop with the standing rules. I would have a workshop. I would say, go home and read, and we're going to the first 10 pages. We're going to get together under the first 10 pages, and we're going to go over scenarios so that you understand. And then once we do that and we satisfy that everybody has a good grasp of it, or just say it's at the end, it's at the end. I didn't see it, OT. Hold on.
House, we're not embarrassed by passing John and
it's not at the end. There it is.
Not there.
There's not there.
All right, let me pull it on my side here. I'm sure it was there.
It's not. I don't see it there though.
All right, go on. Let me take a quick look.
Yeah, OT, I don't know what's going on, but it's not here. All right, folks. Soon as we play this, we're going to get into a subject that very, very few of you thought about. Or if you thought about it, you didn't think about it in terms of how it could affect Jamaica. You have to go in, Kevin, I think you have to go into the WhatsApp. It's not in the folder. It's not in the folder. So we're going to show you a bunch of things.
On my side. 1 second.
All right, while I look for that, let me just take a quick break. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back.
I know it was there. Oh Lord. I apologize, people. I just lost the file.
You're not even in the parish, so shut your mouth. You're in Clarendon and you have all of your light already. Shut your mouth. So, Mr. Speaker, the member is misleading the House. 30,000 of the 51,000 will get back light. And the other 21,000 we will work with as quickly as possible.
Minister.
But it is beyond.
Minister.
It is I'm on a point of order.
He's already on a point of order.
You sit
He's
down.
already on a point
You
of
sit
order.
down.
He's already on a
You
point
sit
of
down,
order.
Madam, sit down. I am on a point of order.
He's on a point of order.
I'm not yielding. You're not even in the parish, so shut your mouth. You're in Clarendon and you have all of your light already. Shut your mouth. So, Mr. Speaker, the member is misleading the House. 30,000 of the 51,000 will get back light. And the other 21,000 we will work with as quickly as possible.
Minister.
But it is beyond.
Minister.
It is I'm on a point of order.
He's already on a point of order.
You sit
He's
down.
already on a point
You
of
sit
order.
down.
He's already on a
You
point
sit
of order.
down, Madam, sit down. I am on a point of order.
He's on a point of order.
I'm not yielding.
Bad man thing. That's how we do it around here. You know, it's let's go ahead and take over. Why don't we? Because order need not be maintained. Now, I'm curious because these are supposed to be the people that, of course, we put to represent us, right? And if these people don't know how to behave in the place that is supposed to be the highest place as as it relates to the law of the land or the running of the land, then what is expected of us, the people of the land? And is it that our representatives are to be the average Joe who have opted to step up and step out from society, or they are supposed to be what society would want to aspire towards? Because if this is the behavior that we're going to have where we don't have respect for each other, then what is expected in society? This from those that we elect to represent us. So do we then discard holding them accountable for their behaviors because we ourselves are misbehaving? Or do we raise the bar and then hold them accountable as we go along? Provost.
Yeah, I'm just looking. I'm looking for. Let me just send it to you right now.
That's another clip.
It's up there, but it has to do with Black River. So.
Oh, that's something you just got.
No, I received it a while back. Let me send it to you. It just crossed my mind that it's going to be helpful.
Okay.
Discussion. It's the one with the Prime Minister saying that they're going to move Black River inland. You remember that?
Didn't we use that last week?
No.
But
No.
yes, I do remember.
Producer.
That is why moral fabric of the country is like.
See if you can. Well, see if you can find that. Let me just go through a couple of housekeeping matters. Just talk about some things and then we'll come back to that. Folks.
Wait. Before you do that, I think you missed it. But the video was just played. And if you would Minister Vaz in Parliament.
All right, lick it back there for me.
So I think it was Oti, you had played it early, just now. If you could play it again, please. Because I lost myself.
It is right here.
Yeah.
You're not even in the Paris, so shut your mouth. You're in Clarendon and you have all of your light already. Shut your mouth. So, Mr. Speaker, the member is misleading the House. 30,000 of the 51,000 will get back light.
All right, let me just move him and just say this, that in Parliament, you don't speak to each other. You don't speak to each other. You speak to the chair. You don't have these personal back and forth. And then also remember the type of behavior where tell people shut their mouth. That's unacceptable. But nobody's raising these issues. And it starts with the small things. Enough of the big things. You start with the small things and then they will come to understand your intelligence. They will come to understand that you're a no-nonsense person. They will come to understand your familiarity with the rules. And eventually, they will come to respect you. So, there was a commercial a long time ago in America. It says, when E.F. Hutton speaks, everybody listens. Because they would know that when this man stands up or this woman stands up, they're going to be uttering information that is essential. You're not going to get up there and just flighty and just chat and hear yourself. But nobody's holding anybody accountable. And that's why we have these things. I was just about to say that Dr. Devon Taylor will join us around 7-ish or so. And we really wanted to talk to him about the Black River thing. So what we can do is we can move ahead and talk, because the thing is we're not sure if he's gonna be able to make it, and we don't want to hold back this story. You know what? We have 2 more stories now. We can talk about the UA story, and we can talk about the
I'm really interested in the diaspora election story.
Let's go there. All right. My people, my brothers and sisters, if you have seatbelts, fasten them, because you're going to want to jump out of your seat. You're going to want to jump out of your seat. I'm telling you. When you see what we're about to show you, you will be beside yourself. Because, Larkland, this is more important than the Rubio meeting. And I'll explain why. Because the Rubio meeting, we know what that is. Whatever the U.S. government wants out of Jamaica, the U.S. government is going to get. It's that simple. Because they understand that there are files sitting in Washington and in Kingston with their names on the tabs. They know that. So when the U.S. government, they have a phone call between representatives here and between the U.S. and Jamaica, or if there's a meeting, they know. And I've been in those meetings, and trust me, what you hear, what you hear in front of the press and the public, that's not the complete story. That's not the complete story. I've sat in meetings where some serious discussions were held about certain things. And when we went before the media and the public, it was lovey-dovey, hug up, kiss, kiss, all of that. It was never about what was said in the meeting. Never. So the thing about Marco Rubio having a meeting with him and all of that stuff, I'm not saying it's immaterial. I'm just saying you can actually predict what was said, or what's going to be said. You can, because Jamaica's a speck. How if the U.S. government says we want you to do this, especially this administration, you really think the Jamaican government is gonna say no? You really think the Jamaican government is saying no? So that's why we don't even want to spend too much time on that, except to say whatever the U.S. government wants out of Jamaica or from the Jamaican government, they will get it. They will get it. Who's gonna? JCF is gonna stand up to the U.S. military?
Not the JDF, nor the JCF.
The JCF or the JDF? Yeah, the JCF is gonna stand up to the FBI, DEA, Homeland Security. They're gonna stand. Who in Jamaica is gonna stand up to them? Who? So, make we talk about something now, Larkland, that is of significant interest, or should be of significant interest to people living overseas, and also to people living in Jamaica, but particularly people living overseas. You've heard me talk about this global Jamaica Diaspora Council. And what we're going to show you how they've transplanted politics in Jamaica to the diaspora overseas. We're going to show you. Today is the last day. Wait there, we have it up, Kevin. Today's the last day to register. Go to Connect Me JA. Put that up, please. Connect Me JA. It's the last day to go and register to vote. It is the last day to go and register to vote. I am saying to you, please go and register. Go and register. Protect your right to vote. Register. We have until I think the first week and a half of February before the end of voting. Lots of time for us to decide what we're going to do with our votes. But you must protect that right. If you don't vote, you don't have a say. If you don't vote, you don't have a say. ConnectMeJA.com. ConnectMeJA.com. I'm urging all of you, go and register to vote. Okay.
Wait, but didn't they? You said when is the deadline to register?
Deadline is today.
Huh.
The deadline is today. The deadline to nominate a candidate was this past Monday. The deadline to register to vote is today. Now, let me see what else we have here. All right. Now, folks, we can approach this topic from so many angles.
Hey.
So many angles. Here is the thing at this stage. There it is. See that right here? Voter registration closes the 24th of January. Today, the nomination closed on the 19th. And the election is from the 28th of January to the 20th. It's an even longer period than I thought. 20th of January to 20th of February. Register, people. Register. Register. When you, Knowledge is Power is asking, vote where? All right. Just when you do the voter registration, then they'll tell you, you'll get all of that information. NSIM said, so who to vote for? NSIM, register to vote. Register to vote. I'm telling you, register to vote. One step at a time. We're not going to tell you who to vote for. We're saying register to vote. All we're saying to you, register to vote. We're now in the period of campaigning. All of the people selected can now campaign. All of the people can campaign. All of the people can campaign, right? But and by the way, we want to big up Gillian Murray. We want to big up Gillian, big up yourself. All right. We'll talk more about Gillian. We'll talk more about Gillian as time goes by.
Yes. Yes. For real.
Knowledge is power. All right. Here's where we. All right. Let me go. Let me Kevin start me up. And and I have some good friends. I have some good friends in Jamaica. Who are waiting to hear the story on the University Hospital of West Indies. And you know who you are, my friends. We're going to put a pause on that for right now because we have to get to this because this is significant. Time is of the essence with this one. And we hope to get to it before we're finished. But if not, we will get to it because even at the risk of having the statement being provided to media outlets and have people talk about it, that's fine. It's no problem. We don't have to be first. We just have to be accurate. That's all. So where is it? Oh, this is it. All right. No, I'm going to just wrap this up. I'm going to just wrap. I don't want to take it through a long-winded thing. People of Jamaica, people living in Jamaica, there's an organization called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. That council is not for you. It says diaspora is for people living overseas. But you need to understand what's going on with your brothers and sisters overseas. And you need to know what's going on with the government of Jamaica, how it's exerting its influence overseas. So we have this organization called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, and as its word implies, global. So they have representatives, the UK, US, Canada, Africa, elsewhere. But those three centers are the primary ones: UK, US, Canada. Most Jamaicans live in those three countries. And the country that has the most Jamaicans living in it is the United States. And the region in the United States with the most Jamaicans is the Northeast. It's from, I think it's Rhode Island all the way down to Virginia. So I think it's 17 states: Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Maine, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Washington, D.C., Maryland, West Virginia, Virginia. I think I'm missing a few, but that's the region that has the most. That region has the most Jamaicans living there outside of Jamaica. And there have been estimates of over 1 million living there. And we're talking about first and second generation, right? So what they do is they have this. Before, they used to have something called the advisory committee. And that diaspora advisory committee, they would advise the government of the day. And they were essentially appointed. They didn't have any election. Then in 2020, this government decided that, hey, we need to formalize this. So they came up with something called a diaspora policy. They formalize it. So now it tells you the roles and the responsibilities and the goals and the objectives and the functions of everybody concerning this. And by the way, they didn't call it an organization. They said they call it a movement. And we know why they call it a movement. And as a supplement to the policy, they have something called terms of reference. So the policy is for the Jamaican government, and the terms of reference, that is for all of us living outside of the country. And what does that document? What does it say? It essentially says that the government of Jamaica is going to be running the show. 3 out of the 4 people running that movement, they're Jamaican officials living in Jamaica, running a diaspora organization. The 4th person is someone who was elected by the diaspora, but has now been appointed. And who appointed them? Your guess is as good as mine. They're not going to appoint somebody that they can't work with, right? Somebody like me, cantankerous, and just want to enforce the rules, and they don't want that. So they have 4 people, and these people run it. Reason why they can't call it an organization, because if it's an organization, now they're going to have to register. You cannot register a 501c3 charitable organization in the United States with foreign government officials running it. You run afoul of all kinds of laws. So they don't register it, they call it a movement. But the problem is this movement in its design reflects an organization. Go look at the terms of reference, go look at the policy, and you'll see. So what happened? A few years ago, a group of us decided that this is unfair because the focus is not on the diaspora. The focus is on the Jamaican government, and it shouldn't be. So we said, we are going to register the name, and we gave ample notice so that those who had any concern, they could register it themselves. But guess what? They couldn't and they didn't. They couldn't and they didn't. And they watched us as we registered. With disdain, they watched us. Them eat like a poison. But they couldn't help themselves because they cannot register it. And due to circumstances which I won't go into, that fell apart. But to re-register it is a simple matter. Simple matter. So now, because before they were very fearful about using the name, because we said, if we catch you using the name, we're going to issue you a cease and desist order because you're using a name that belongs to us. And that means we're going to have to take you to court. The representatives here. Now remember, the Jamaican government doesn't pay them, but controls them and then tells them that You're not an arm of, this is not an arm of the government, but you will do what we tell you to do. But if you speak only on your behalf. You don't speak for the government, even though you're doing our work. And we said that is unfair. Why? We have people in the diaspora who are suffering. Some worse than if they weren't living in Jamaica. Because we know how foreign going on. In Jamaica, you have a neighbor, or you have neighbors, and they won't let you suffer. They're going to share whatever they have with you. In America, and I suspect in other places too, you will live next door to somebody for years, and you don't know what they are. Yeah, I can tell you that one of my neighbors, I've been living here more than 12 years. And one of my neighbors, I've spoken to the gentleman twice. And it was just him asking me a favor to cut some branches off the tree because he had a plant that wasn't getting enough sunlight. And he just asked me if I could do that as a favor. And I said, fine. 2 times I've spoken to him in 12 years. My neighbor on the other side, never spoken to him. You will die in America if you're going to depend on neighbors. So we have people in America. I can speak about America. We have people in America who are suffering. And I say a diaspora organization should focus on providing assistance to those people who are in need. Whether it is a need relating to social services assistance, landlord, tenant, immigration, health, whatever it is. Because if you think about it, that's how diaspora organizations work in America. And when you think about diaspora organizations, think about like the Israeli diaspora, think about the Irish diaspora, think about the Nigerian diaspora. Their nationals need help, they go straight to them and they get help. They get help. But the Jamaican diaspora is here for the purpose of the government of Jamaica. And you heard it here on this program where candidates, at least one candidate that we're aware of, who said, I will be working for the Jamaican government. And we have another one who, without saying it, is doing it. Is doing stuff on behalf of the Jamaican government. The Jamaican government, they set the agenda. And they said, you will work on national development issues for us. And you've heard it where they say, oh, we go out and we try to get investors to go to Jamaica. And I'm saying, how many of us can actually invest the kind of money that they're asking for us to invest in Jamaica? Then they have this bogus diaspora conference in Jamaica. And many of you have described it as nothing more than a networking event where people of a certain status, a certain stature, a certain class, they go and they commiserate with each other. They line with each other. They have a good time with each other. They play golf. They eat. They talk about business. How many of you in the diaspora can do that? And we are led like lamb to the slaughter. We're led like a lamb to the slaughter. To say, no, if you come, this is what we have for you. And I can show you the last diaspora conference here, the top 10 reasons they give you to come to Jamaica. And not one of them said we're going to focus on the needs of the people in the diaspora. Not one. No, I don't have a problem with the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council rebranding itself to say we are now known as the Global Jamaican Government Council. No problems with that. And then have them appoint people and say, we're appointing you to help us to get investors to come to Jamaica. It's all about money, people. It's not about you. It's about money. So I don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem with you saying it is the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and you ask us to vote for representatives. I do have a problem with that. I do have a problem with that. Change the name and appoint your people. Because here's the thing, they're saying that these people tell you, oh, we're trying to get investments for Jamaica. Well, then you say, well, wait a minute. What about the consuls general? What about them? What about the ambassador? What about the honorary consul general? What about those people? That's their job to get investments for Jamaica, not you, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. You, I'm speaking to you, some of you who are in shelters. Some of you are sleeping on a car. You see how it's going to get, you have a snowstorm coming tonight, you know, and a lot of Jamaicans will feel the brunt of it. A lot of them don't have enough food in their house right now. And think about it, if you have a Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, that's a 501c3 that can raise funds legally. Because the council that they have now, they're not supposed to raise funds. They're not supposed to do it, it's illegal. But when you have a 501c registered organization, they can raise funds. Think about how many care packages they could have come out and drop off at people's home. They could have checked on people and say, okay, how about your heat? How about your electricity? How about food in your fridge? How are you getting to work next week? If you're going to work next week, transportation. This is what we should be doing. But instead, they're now planning to have a big celebration in June of this year. And in fact, the junior minister, he turned around and he asked our current representative to make preparations for him next month. I don't think it's going to happen though. But ask her to set up preparations for him to come and have a meeting. They're supposed to have another conference. They just had one back in June. First one she's had since she's occupied the position. And he's coming. And I made it clear that, listen, if I'm so fortunate to be selected by you, my brothers and sisters, my people, you can rest assured that no minister is coming here without first conferring with us. Because if a minister should ever write to me or call me and say, listen, I want to come to New York and meet people, I'm going to say, no, you don't come until I've spoken with my people, until I've spoken with my constituency members. And when we discuss the issue, why are you coming? What benefit is it gonna inure to our membership? And if the consensus is that we shouldn't have the person, then we won't. We won't. So that's the background, people. That's the background. So remember I told you that a group of us, we registered the name, so on and so forth. Boom. That scared the daylights out of them. Scared the daylights out of them. So what happened now is they came out a few months ago and they said, hey, we're having an election. They have to have an election every 3 years. They set up the election. People started registering, and then people started voting. And what did they do? They came out. These people have no shame. They came out and said, people, it has come to our attention. This is the electoral committee or commission, whatever them call themselves now. And to my knowledge, it is not something that the diaspora said, okay, we're going to elect these members to. It's something where them friend and company and combo call each other and say, you want to sit on, I think they have about 14 people. You want to sit on the board, you want to do this, you want to do that. That's how it's done. But they're designing an election for you to vote. For you to vote for a representative. So they came back after people started voting, and they said people started voting early, and therefore we are going to stop the process and start over. Now think about it. Think about it. They control the electoral mechanism. They control it. But somehow we managed to bypass all of that and vote early. Think about that, people. Think about that.
Well, skills.
They control the election. They give. See, Charter, so hold on there. See, this is a new one, but they're the ones who control it, you know. ConnectMeJA.com. That's where you have to go to. So how is it that you can vote and it's not time to vote? How is that possible when these people, they control again? So already you start to think to yourself, this could lead to election manipulation. Because if people start vote and they're claiming that they don't know and they're the ones responsible for letting you vote, then you see how mischief can work itself into the process. So that's what they did. And they said, no, we're going to start over. Then, before, well, on it, let me show you something. This is what they did. This is, where is, I think it's up.
Yeah, man, it's all in diaspora.
The picture. Oh, here it is. This is what they did when Rattigan said in October, hey, I want to put my hat in the ring to represent the people. Let the people decide if I should represent them. That sent tremors all the way down to Port Royal Street, all the way up to Jamaica House, and all of their supporters overseas, particularly in America. They said, no, we can't have him because the votes, Semonesh, the vote, you want to know if your vote counts? Semonesh, I can't tell you because I'm hearing that they sent me something saying that, they have to start over. Then I'm hearing that they're going to count the votes that came in, right? So when Rattigan said, yes, I'm voting, they came and they said to me, they wrote me and they said, you didn't put we're rejecting your candidacy for now because you didn't put in your bio. The section on bio says, bio, optional. All of a sudden, optional means compulsory. So Rattigan was required to put his bio in. What did Rattigan do? Rattigan complied. I could have argued with them, but I said, no. Pick your fights, cut your loss. So I said, all right, I will just go ahead and I'll do it. So I put the bio in. They came back later and they did this. Them say, oh, here you go. We have 4 candidates in the Northeast.
That
Michelle, I don't know why I should drop the middle name, Toller, but Michelle Neal, Tamar Newman, Hope Wade, and yours truly, the rebel, the provost, Wilfred Rattigan. That's what they have on the website.
And people here they have met Hope.
Yes.
Yes.
So this is what they put on the website. So Rattigan is a candidate. Then they came back and they said, whoa, wait a minute. They came back with this nonsensical explanation saying that, well, the candidates weren't vetted and verified. Then how did they end up there then? If they weren't vetted and verified. And verified by whom? It must be verified by the ministry, the Jamaican government again. So you can see where I'm going with this.
And what does the vetting process entail?
Nobody knows.
Oh dear.
Nobody knows. So but Rattigan is, what here's the thing, Rattigan is now a candidate. Then they wrote and they said, where's the letter? Let me find the letter. Because I don't want speak without, where is it, Kevin? Where is it?
It's there in diaspora.
Yeah, is it this? No. No, it's not that one. The letter they sent to me. Bear with me, folks. It's here. Okay, here it is. All right. No, that's the one I sent to them. Where's the one they sent to me? Stay with me. Stay with me. Stay with me. This is gonna be very. Okay, here it is. All right, here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
Okay.
All right, here it is. Folks, take a look at this. It's important for you to. This is what they sent me. And you see the date, the 20th of December, not too long ago. All right, there it is. Let me go down one. All right, there we go. And they said they postponed the election because of Melissa. Imagine that, people.
Yeah, because it really affected the diaspora.
Yes. Yes. A lot of you in the diaspora, you lost your homes and lost your animals and roof, all of that stuff because of Melissa. This is what they're telling you now. Now look at what it says right here, that they were postponing it due, that they postponed it due to Melissa. And they said after the postponement, this electoral committee that's responsible for setting up this thing, they said, we were notified that voting activity had commenced prematurely. How is that possible? And they said, in light of these procedural irregularities, the electoral committee has determined that the electoral process has been reset in its entirety to preserve the integrity, transparency, and fairness of the election. Then look at what they said. Candidates are not required. Remember, no, I showed you the thing. I'm a candidate. See it right here. Candidates are not required to resubmit their application. So you know what that means? That means in the reset, Rattigan did not have to reapply, right? Then it says all applications are subject to review and reapproval. Review and reapproval. Why? What have the candidates done? The candidates didn't vote prematurely. The candidates didn't open up the gates and tell people to vote prematurely. So, and you just done review them. So why are you going to review and reapprove the candidates? Then they said, once the review is complete, candidates will be approved or rejected based on the established eligibility criteria. And all approvals will be ratified by the electoral committee. So who is going to be doing the review? Because it said all approvals will then be ratified by the electoral committee. Is the electoral committee doing the review and then the ratification? Or who's doing there are two separate tasks here. Who will be responsible for reviewing the candidates? Who will be responsible for ratifying the candidates? Anyway, they said once the candidates, the list is ratified, they're going to send it to the diaspora so that all of you out there can listen, read, understand, and make a decision. Hell no. That's not what they said. They said once we have ratified it, we're sending it to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and they will do the final ratification. Remember now, you live in the diaspora and you see how the Jamaican, the tentacles extend to America and elsewhere. They have to certify you before you can run and have your people living overseas vote for you to represent the government of Jamaica. Make that make sense? It cannot make sense. And they said this reset applies equally to all prospective candidates, right? This is what they sent me. So, mama no raise no fool. We know what going right or so. So, you're a mama boy, I don't know. Mama boy say, you know what? I'm going to send them a letter. So, mama boy send them this letter, yeah. And mama boy say, look, your idea or your explanation that the elections were postponed due to Hurricane Melissa is nonsense. Your position that voting began prior to the formal opening of the voting period is also nonsense because you're in charge of that. And your idea that procedural irregularities resulted in a second vetting and approval of the candidates is foolishness. Candidates never have anything to do with that. So we start talking about the election in Jamaica during COVID and say you had one during a pandemic and there were no problems. Here, people are not going to stand in a line. They vote from the privacy and comfort of their homes. So how is Melissa affecting them with that? And then also, you are the ones responsible for running this thing. So how is it that people voted early? And also, you ratified Rattigan's candidacy along with the 3 ladies for the Northeast, and you put it up on your website. So how is it that you're saying now that activity had commenced before the slate of candidates was approved and ratified? Then how did Rattigan and the 3 ladies end up on your website as candidates? How? So I asked them, I said, please explain all of this to me. And then I asked, everything I just mentioned to you, I'm asking them to explain. And then I went to their manual, election process for membership. And I said to them, because they sent me the eligibility requirements. And I went and I checked. And the things that I saw in the 1999 version The one that they sent to me, something different. So to restate my position as far as this council is concerned, I said to them, I will not yield. I will not bow. I will bend to the idea for which I stand. I mean, against the idea I stand, which is that the council should be a registered 501c3 charitable organization. It should be a standalone, free from government influence. It should be, its priority should be the diaspora members. Secondary priority is a relationship with the government. And the members must register with the Department of Justice and comply with the Foreign Agents Registration Act. We want to be legal, want to be above board. And when I say legal, we won't get to something that recently came out that it's indicating I'm not a legal person. Not in the sense that I'm an illegal person, but we will get to that. And seventh, I said to them, look, if you're a democratic organization or movement and you subscribe to democratic ideals, one of them is due process. One of them is that if somebody is aggrieved, there must be a process where they can appeal. All voices, all contending voices must be heard. And out of that, you have consensus. You can't say, well, if you don't subscribe to the things that we're saying, then we're not going to let you run. And that's exactly what happened here, right? And so here's what happened. I said to them, I suspect that you're going to reject me as a candidate. And people are encouraging me to do a media coverage and judicial interference, meaning lawsuit. But I said, since you're getting ready to do that, please, in anticipation of that, please send me the names of the committee members so that if necessary, I can serve them with legal process and move forward. That is what I sent them. Right? Let me remove this. Now, they have not responded to me. I'll show you something that they sent me. With the Kevin, the one with the new eligibility requirements. Is that it? No. Oh, let me just show you this. You see this one here? Oh, hold on. This one, where legal experts call Brooklyn mistrial a blow to prosecutors in Linda's son bribery case. This is a lady who was accused of working for the Chinese government. And you know what they charge her on? Right here. They charge her with this. Violating the Foreign Agents Registration Act. The same thing I've been telling those people in the council that they should be careful of. Just a matter of time before this will catch up to them. I hope the government will provide legal counsel for them. Let me go up further. Hold on 1 second. Okay. All right. Here is the eligibility criteria. This is the one they sent me. Let me just deal with this. It is right here. This is the one they sent me along with the letter, right? And them say every member must meet the following, must do this, must do that. And you must work with the government, and you can't bring the government in disrepute. And here's the one that we call the Rattigan rule. Here's the Rattigan rule. K, individuals whose actions or intentions are reasonably determined to be inconsistent with the objectives of the council, or whose participation will compromise its credibility, effectiveness, or lawful operations, shall be deemed ineligible for membership or subject to removal. Now, there's nothing lawful about what they're doing when they fundraise. There's nothing lawful about that. I want to add a measure of legality to what they're doing. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, Otis, sorry. Yeah, there it is, folks. Here it is right here. This is what they send me. No, what is important to note is that this was done just around the time that I filed to be a candidate based on my This was done around sometime around October. I went back and I looked at their manual, and guess what? Some of these things are not in there. K, letter K is not in there. Letter K is not in there. So we suspected that they were going to kick me out. Right? But what did we say? We say, oh, and then let me see if I find the there is Kevin, help me. Where is the voting the voting requirements? It's here somewhere. Terms of reference. Hold on a second. Let me see that. Kevin, where are there? There is a. I want to show you. Just want to. If I can find it, hold on.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for the voting eligibility. The nomination eligibility. That document.
Everything was in diaspora, man.
What was that?
Everything was in diaspora. Everything.
No, I don't see it here. It's the one. No, it's not here. No. It's the one with the it's the one that talks about voting and nomination, the requirements.
That was early.
Do me a favor, just Google Global Jamaica Diaspora Council voting / nomination eligibility requirements, and the document should come up. I want to show you something, people. I want to show you something. Don't go anywhere. Larkland said, "Don't. If you play domino, you should not show your hand." Larkland, a 14-14, we are playing now. 14-14, we are playing. 14-14, you have to show your hand. You have to show your hand. And then after that button is your tactics, it's your strategy.com. There's that.
All right, hold on. Let me borrow this real quick.
Trish Newman said, Rattigan always show his hands, which makes no sense to me. Trish, let me tell you something. You don't understand what game is being played here. You are look for checkers. A chess me a play. Me no show you half of what me have. Trust me.
Yeah, when you're sure of your hand, it doesn't take anything.
Yeah, you're not sure. People that don't understand. Remember, you know, people at 30 years work for the FBI. Me know where for sure, and me know when for sure. Just trust me upon that. Don't second guess me. Please, don't second guess me. Because when you second guess me, it's almost like you insult me. Enough people me lock up, you know. I mean, they have to lock them up. Me no just rushing and things like that. You tell people, say, yeah, come. But them don't know when you're coming. So
exactly.
Where is it, Kevin?
One second. Let me. Yeah. Let me add this right or so.
Yeah, I'm going to show you something. And believe me, that's not it. And believe me, people, like I said, what you say, you might say, oh, that's a lot to give them. Trust me, they know that it's not a lot. They know what I'm holding on to. Not everything, but them know that I'm not giving them everything. He's not giving us everything.
No, the eligibility. No, the eligibility requirement. You want?
No. It's a document with their logo on it. It looks like the terms of reference. Yeah. What happened, people, is that you see, you don't know when a Rattigan head, you don't know what Rattigan have. Because if you come and the stuff for me have, you'd have frightened. You don't know. So sometimes when you hear me say things, there's a reason why. Where you must think, and if you think critically, if you come around here every week and you must say to yourself, you must say, why him say that? And what else him have him not talk about? That's what you must say. Why am I telling them things here? And what? Because see, you wouldn't do it, but just because you wouldn't do it, it no mean say it right. You wouldn't do it, but you do what I have. You don't know what I have. They know what I have. That's why they can't sleep. Them can't sleep well at night time, you know. And we know people in them inner circle who tell me, them say, boy, them regard you as one of the most dangerous persons out there. We are the way you do. So we could just leave it at that.
So
that's a new one. That's the new one. There's an old one.
What a wicked man.
No, that's the new one.
So we have the eligibility criteria here.
That's a new one.
That's probably why we can't find the old one.
No, man, just Google eligibility criteria, Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, and it will come up. To Google it.
It was the eligibility requirements. I'm gonna look up.
Yeah, I sent it. I think I sent it by email.
All right. Let's try this one. One second.
Yeah, man, and but glad to see people. Some of the people in the some of the students in the chat are kind of I calm down the thing and I explain to people. Because remember, somebody might say, why you even ask certain questions? And because we know the answer. We know the answer and we just want them to say.
By now, people have realized that you're not going to ask a question that you don't know the answer to.
Exactly.
It's the rat trap of the century.
This one. I think it's this one. This one. Let me see. I think it's this.
Wait. You have clicked too much time.
No, it's.
So wait, go away, go.
No, it's not coming up. Go on.
Oh, come on.
Go back to this one, your election process. No, it's not this one. If you Google it.
Yeah, but this was the link from the Google search.
Bear with us, folks. Bear with us.
Because
check the email. It should be an email.
Okay. All right.
Hold on a second. Hold on, let me just mute the mic here. Hold on. Let me just mute the mic.
So, Provost, here is where we have the email. This was the terms of reference that they had. Here, I think this one is it. No. This one is not it. This one is a new one. You're muted. This one was a new one, right? You're muted. You're muted. You're still muted. Oh, okay. I got you. Hold on.
Right.
Okay.
Need a document there. Just Google. Going on Google again. All right. Type in Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Yeah. Jamaica Diaspora Council. Put election eligibility requirements, or yeah. Let me see if they come up with. Check the no, the first one. Yeah.
But this is
No,
what I'm
that's
saying. This was the one that came up.
No, close that out.
And remember, you know.
Go to the second one. I think it's the second one. I think it's this one. This is it. All right.
Okay. All right. So here's what we'll do now. Let's take this and let's do this. All right. All this.
Where is it? Oh, this is it, right? Yeah, I'm gonna put it up on the stage. All right, here we go. This is their document, all right? And you see all them claim ownership, right? You see right
but we
here?
we have this document with highlights, you know, and I don't know.
Yeah, but where is it? We can't find it.
Yeah.
Here it is, people. You see it right there, so? Them put up them thing, you know. Them put up ownership, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, but it's the Diaspora Council. You see what's going on here? Them shouldn't have no logo there, so on this document. But anyway, let me show you something. Let me show you the eligibility nomination of candidates. See this? Nomination of candidates and eligibility, right? And it come on right here. It says to successfully be nominated for candidacy. It starts to tell you what you need to do, right? Then it goes on, and here it is, eligible candidates. Here's what you need to do. To be eligible for nomination, you need to what? Possess experience, skills in 10 areas, be a Jamaican, be at least 21 years of age, be between the ages of 18 to 35. Look at this. Has not been declared bankrupt by a court of law or other competent authority in Jamaica or any jurisdiction. You must register. You must have some management and leadership skills. You must have no disciplinary actions against you by a professional or administrative body. You must be giving up your time. No, that's it. Tell me where you see now it says that you must agree with them. Go back and look at from 1 to 11 and tell me where it says. We're going to show you the new one, you know. This is the one that they have. This is the one that they had when they started. And we're going to show you. Tell me where you see it says that you must be willing to work for the government and you must be this and you must be that. And more than everything else is the Rattigan rule. The Rattigan rule. Eh?
But people need to know where to find it. People need to know to find the document.
Yeah.
It's on the website.
And then them say after them finalize it, it go. Now them come to voter, but we're not interested. We're not. This is not the purpose of it. We're not talking about voting now. We are talking about this. We are talking about eligible candidates. Now look from 1 through 11 and tell me where you see it said these things. Let me show you the other one now. Hold on. Where the other one gone now? All right. So the new one, you know, this is one of them send me now, you know. This one. Look what it say. It say you must be a Jamaican, 21 years of age, and you mustn't bring the council or the government into disrepute. Who shall determine that? And it says you must show a willingness to work with the government in good faith, and you must in order to advance the objectives of diaspora engagement. You can't mash up brand Jamaica. Look at E. See what E says? E says, and who will mash up brand Jamaica right now? We know who. Not me. It says candidates shall commit to promoting the goodwill of Jamaicans globally and to safeguarding the positive reputation of Jamaica and the integrity of brand Jamaica across the diaspora. And then it says, you will only be declared eligible if, look, you have no criminal convictions by any court, whether in Jamaica or abroad. Look, you have never been declared bankrupt. You have no pending litigation against you, whether in Jamaica or abroad. We'll leave. We could just stop there. No pending litigation.
No, you have to do the first part of I. You need to do the first part of I. If you
yeah, but hold on. Let me just stop with H right now and say it'll snow. No, it'll snow tonight. It'll snow tonight, right? It'll snow tonight. And make we say somebody slip and fall outside before you can go out and clean up your snow and then file a lawsuit against you. But you look on your camera and you notice that at the time when them said that they made a walk, you see nobody on your camera. Guess what? You still have a lawsuit pending. You still have a lawsuit pending. Is that going to stop you now from running in an election like this? Based on this, yes. Yes. You see how ludicrous it is. Somebody comes to your house and a friend and them say, oh, we just want to go down to the corner store go buy ice. You know, you have a barbecue. And you say, all right, use my car. Them drive out there, them get a fender bender. Guess what? The person that they got into the accident with is going to sue them, you, and the insurance company. That is litigation? That is pending litigation, you know. Is that going to stop you now from running? But guess what happened now? It has no pending litigation. But you know what's funny, people? The person who sits at the pinnacle, you know, the Honorable Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, she has pending litigation against her. But yet still she run the whole shebang. What could I go so? What could I go so? But Kevin, when I got to I, candidates shall be willing to collaborate with the ministry. They ask you for sell out. You must be willing to collaborate with the ministry with responsibility. That is Mr. Terry Long right there, Minister Terry Long, as well as the ambassador and all of these people and everybody. You must collaborate with them. Then them say you must possess expertise in a sector and be properly resident in a diaspora region, blah, blah, blah. That's fine. Here is the Rattigan rule now. Here's the Rattigan rule. Individual whose actions or intentions are reasonably determined to be inconsistent with the objectives of the council or whose participation would compromise its credibility, effectiveness, or lawful operations shall be deemed ineligible for membership or subject to removal. That is what them up. That is the Rattigan rule. That is nowhere in the one that I showed you. That is nowhere. So this is called the Rattigan rule. So them send me this. They sent that to me. I will say, okay, fine, no problem. Then guess what, my people? Remember they put up this, you know. And them say, Rattigan, you're a candidate. Remember that? All right. Then we're going to show you something now. Put on your seatbelt. Start up the car. Because we laid the foundation already, you know. And the road is clear now. The road is clear. I haven't heard from them. Oh, sorry. Let me go back to the one with Kevin just fine. Where the Kevin? The one where we don't look for, we found it. What there?
It's at the very bottom of the tabs.
Okay, this one right here.
Yeah.
Let me show you something. There's something I didn't show you in this voting. Where is it? It says that if they kick you out, they have to show you, they have to write to you. Where is it? All right, here it is. 3. Let me show you. Here we go. Let me put it in a different color, yellow, right? It says a candidate and his or her nominator shall be notified separately by the committee of the candidate's ineligibility in writing, and they must give you evidence of ineligibility. So what they should do, if them don't want Rattigan run, send Rattigan a letter and said, you are ineligible based on the following. Up to now, I haven't seen that letter. I have not seen that letter. It doesn't say when they have to send you the letter. It's fine. But here is what came out, and some of you mentioned it today, mentioned it in the chat. Here's what came out recently. Here's what. This came out today. For those of you who haven't seen it, get ready for the shocker. Here is the date, January 24th. It's today.
Make that a little bigger for me now, please.
Me can't make it big up on my side.
All right. Allow me, please. Allow me.
Yes. Okay.
Maybe that's too big.
All right. Yeah, show off for the steering wheel. All right. See that January 24th, today. And it says, it says Lester Hines. You see right here? Lester Hines from the Gleaner. And look at the title. It says 44 candidates nominated for global diaspora elections. 44 candidates. All right. And let's go to the Northeast, right? It says of those individuals, 17 were nominated to represent the United States Northeast region. All right? 17. Here we go again. For the Northeast region, a total of 20 were nominated, but 3 nominations were rejected. 2 for the Big People one, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, and 1 for the Youth Council, right? Here it is. Follow me, people.
Okay, here we go.
It says, according to Information Region Gleaner, one of the nominations of the 3 in the Northeast, because remember, I'm in the Northeast, one of the nominations rejected was based on the nomination being filed after the deadline. No, we know that's not me.
Correct.
We know that's not me, because they wrote to me and said, listen, you don't have to reapply because we already have your application. That's what they said. I showed you the letter. Look at this. It says the other rejection was based on section 5.2 clause C and D. So the logical thinking is, what is section 5.2? And also what are clauses C and D? Here it is. Clause C states that a candidate should have no criminal conviction imposed by, there it is, no criminal conviction imposed on him or her by any court. That's clause C. Clause D said that you have never been a judge or declared bankrupt. So 2 things. You must not have criminal conviction and you must not be declared bankrupt. So they said 2 people, the 2 big people in the Northeast, 1 was rejected. Why? You file after the deadline. And the other person was rejected because he's a criminal and he's also a bankrupt. He's also bankrupt. So I'm sitting there reading this morning, and I'm getting phone calls, I'm getting text messages. Everybody's saying, are you them attack? And I said, I don't know. I don't see my name. But I know that I know that they haven't written to me. I've heard through the grapevine that they're going to write to me and tell me that I am guilty of something. And one person said to me that it was this, but I said no. And people who watch the show on Wednesday, remember what I said to you. Let's just kick back and relax and watch the ride. Because a lot of you were saying, we need to do this, we need to do that. And I said, no, we don't need to do anything except just relax. Let them make their move, right? Artnell, I said, what's the point with these colors? I only have blue. I can only do blue on my side, Artnell. So don't blame me for that, right? So that's it. So, and then they go down and they look, big article, you know, big article. All right, I'm gonna move the article.
That was Jamaica Gleaner, by the way.
That was Jamaica Gleaner. So then I'm thinking, they didn't call my name. They didn't call my name. So I said, well, if they didn't call my name, then you can deduce that it's me. They're talking about the criminal. It could be. And then somebody said, is it that the court ruled that you have no standing? No, because here's what the rule said. The rule says criminal conduct, or you have a lawsuit against you. I am the one who filed the lawsuit. I am the one who filed. Let me go back, and it's important to show that one again. Let me go back and show it right here. It says right here. Hold on a second. Oh, yeah, here it is right here, that you have not been declared bankrupt.
Go ahead and share it.
Oh, sorry. There it is right there. You have not been declared bankrupt by a court of law. And there's another one, another draft where it says that you have not been. Oh, I know where it is. I know where it is. Hold on. Give me a second, my people. Give me a second. For the 4 candidates. Which one? Hold on. Where is it? Eligibility criteria. All right. See it right here. See it right here. Let me put it now green now, because since things then I like the blue. Here it is. Has no criminal convictions imposed on him. Has no criminal convictions imposed on him. Here's another one. Has no pending litigations proceedings against. See it right there. Against the lawsuit with the Honorable Kamina Johnson Smith. It wasn't against me. It was against her. So if anybody shouldn't be involved in the diaspora affairs, it should be the minister. Shouldn't be me. So there it is. You've had no criminal convictions. That's what it says. And it says you have no pending litigation. So now let's go back to the article. Let's go back to the article. All right.
You're late, Mr. Rattigan. You're late.
I'm late. All right. So this is it. So now there's 2 people. One person filed late, like Kevin says, not me. And the other person is a criminal and also a person with a bankruptcy history. So I'm saying it can't be me. Although my sense tells me that they're referring to me, it can't be me. So this came to me, people. Take a look at this. By the way, remember now, they say that the rejection was based on section 5.2, clause C and clause D. Remember that. 5.2, clause C and clause D. All right, look at this. This came to me today. Kevin, you can pick this up?
That one is
OT, put that one in.
No. But I have a share the one that I have, and I can make it bigger.
Which one?
The one that is beside me. Yeah, that one. Put that one up.
It's up.
No. That's a different one. Put up this one.
Which one? I can't see what you're showing me.
You
Which
just move
one?
it? The
Yeah,
one that
which
is, go down beside my name. Go down beside where I am in the studio. Right.
This one?
Yes. Add that one to the stage.
That's it. It's after okay, all right.
Right. So I can modify this one. I can play with
All right,
this
modify
one.
it.
So you want to go bigger?
Go bigger. Let the people them see it, man. No, that all right. We can't.
What?
No, go up, go up. No.
What you showing?
All right. Just go down to the bottom. Just go. It'll show a list of.
So your name?
All right. Yes. You see what it say? You see what it say? Wilfred Rattigan in red, and you see what it says? Rejected. And it says refer to the terms of reference section 5.2. That is the section where the gleaner say we were told that this person who has been rejected was rejected as a result of 5.2 because they are a criminal, because they're a criminal convict.
Or they're bankrupt.
And also bankrupt. There it is right there.
You bankrupt
Here
criminal.
it is right there. Kevin, you could have do me a favor, please. If you could have take that from OT and just big it up, send it over that side. Yeah? We need to see it bigger.
You even bigger?
Yeah, just send it over to this side over here, so I'm just make it bigger for me. Because me can't believe these people. They have accused me, a son of the soil, your boy.
I don't know how much bigger I can make this, and it stay up on the sheet.
No. More put it on my side over on the other side. If you can drop it in the tab.
Oh, no, right now.
Okay.
But that is just for you, see.
No, move.
We'll save it from yourself today.
All right, seat right so people, because the art, but it's too blurry. All right, anyway, when you get the point.
It's just the quality of it. It's just the quality.
They've rejected my application. And guess what now? Up to now, them still don't write to me yet, even though the things that they're supposed to write. It doesn't give them any time period, but you would think that because now we're in campaign mode, Now the process is in the campaign mode. And so now them say rejected me because I am a criminal. Not only a criminal, a convicted criminal.
See how much bigger I can get this.
And them say you should have no criminal convictions imposed on you by any court. And they say I'm a convicted criminal. And say that's also that I am a bankrupt. No, people. Tell me now. What am I supposed to do? Don't answer. Please don't answer me. Don't answer me. I rephrase. Think about what I'm supposed to do. And when I ask you the question, think about what I'm supposed to do, I want you to put yourself in my shoes. I want you, because at this point, Larkland, the election really not really matter now. It don't really matter now because they've made a decision. Them say my face blurry. All right, let me move this. All right, my face still blurry, people. My face still blurry. But think about it. Put yourself in my shoes. You think about it. You have never been adjudged a bankrupt. You have never been arrested. But
done a few arrests.
Yeah, I've done a few arrests. But then they put it in the newspaper, and the newspaper is a global newspaper because you can get it hard copy and you get it online. And now I have people calling me already this morning and saying to me that I didn't know that you were charged with and not only that, one person, I didn't know that you were convicted. That you were convicted of a crime. And that you declare bankruptcy.
Bankruptcy.
As a lawyer, forget about retired FBI agent. As a lawyer, you only have two things going for you. One is your time. You don't sell cars and you don't have widgets or anything. It's your time and your experience and your knowledge. That's one. The second one is your reputation. That's it. And now they've started to ruin me by putting out there that the candidate who is rejected as a result of 5.2 for being a convict or a bankrupt, and them spell bankrupt, them spell declared bankrupt, them spell bankrupt wrong, right? I say, no, hold on, let me show them people and thing. That's the say bankrupt, yeah? And I say you spell bankrupt. See it right there, sir? Let me take it up. That's a bankrupt. And I say you spell bankrupt.
Whenever I see it, you know?
Yeah, no R, no in a bankrupt. No, I mean the first R, the first
the
R.
The R not there.
Yeah, the first R. Yeah, the R that R the way you say the that no, it's supposed to say bank, BANKRUPT, but them call it bankrupt. So that's what I'm guilty of. But I'm a bankrupt.
Yeah.
Right? So
how this get past spell check in this day and age?
So people, what I want all of you to do, because you don't know me, I don't go around and I don't bother people, you know. Some of you have even claimed that I'm a softie, but trust me, there is a rigid side to me that you don't want to see. Believe me, you do not want to see it. Because I tell you what, you see that rigid side to me, I don't want to see it either. I've seen it, and I don't like it. I don't like it. But think about this. If this were you walking in my shoes now, you have your reputation out there as a lawyer, and you base your income and your time and your experience. And then put this out there saying that, oh, I'm bankrupt, and oh, I'm a convict. And that's why we're rejecting him from running in the election. No, I can tell you this, that I've reached out, people from the Gleaner, some people, you know what, let me stop. 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 But George Smith make a good point. Them are going to reinstate it. But guess what? People already tell me, say, oh, you're not running because you mean. Hold on, Kevin, pull up the thing there for me. Pull up the OT did pull it up on Wednesday. Pull up the list with the pictures of the people them. Pull up where is it? In media, I think it might be OT, where is it? The list with not just the names, but the pictures. And people, just like Dr. William, the doctor who have the issues with okay, here it is. Meet our candidates. Let me tell you something about these people. You see, on Wednesday, I was telling people to register to vote. And people were telling me in the chat, them say, vote for who? Because you're not there. And I said, no, I am there. They said, no, you're not there. So OT pulled up this. And I said to her, oh, this must be, I said, no, these look like young people. This must be the youth council. And they said, no, man, this is all of the candidates. And I said, no, that's impossible. I am there. I haven't received a letter saying that I'm not a candidate. Keep going down for me. And I didn't believe them. I didn't believe them until I saw this. Keep going. Keep going. I didn't see Dr. Roy Davis. I didn't see him. Keep going. Jillian said Jillian there. I didn't see Jillian. This is what go up. No, go up. Stop, top. I saw Hope Wade. And I said to myself, but wait a minute. Hope picture there than with my picture. Keep going. Go to 3. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Go to 4. Keep going.
There.
Let me see this. Stop. Me say Michelle Neal, right? So me say, wow. So my name must there then, because you know, 2 of the ladies running, 2 of the ladies. Remember the picture I showed you, that had the 3 ladies plus me. We've just seen 2 of the ladies. Keep going. Keep going. Go to 5, please. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Go to 6 now. Stop. Then I see this lady in the middle, Tamar Newman. And I said, well, wait, that's a 3rd lady. And I said, go down. Go down, please. And then that's it.
No more page,
no more page. Yeah, Rattigan done. And this is what they said. These are your candidates. So for them now to come now, after them done damage my reputation and come and say, we're going to put you on the ballot right now. That's a hard sell. That's a very hard sell, people. And if you tell me, my people, if you tell me don't do them anything, I won't. If you tell me don't do them anything, but I leave it up to you.
Wait, have you been reading the comments?
No, I'm not seeing the comments.
Listen.
Okay, so us, who's gonna get some dough? Okay, all right. So
and these are the most recent comments. You need to see the ones prior to this.
Okay. So this is what's been going on with me. This is what's going on with me, people. One man against the ministry world, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs world. One man. One man. Them change the rules, Them change them rules. And when that not sufficient enough. Because remember on Wednesday what I said to all of you, I said, let's wait to see what the letter is going to say. Let's wait. No, guess what? I don't see the letter. But you know what?
That is the other part of it. Like I said, if you don't get a letter, then you're not disqualified.
But hold on a second. Take down that, please, OT. All right, but look at this. This come from them. This come from them. This come from them.
I got nothing, Provost. You get me with that one. You win. You win.
This is come from them. Yeah. This is it, people. So ask yourself the question: why would they go to such extremes to prevent me from running? Why? Why risk being sued for defamation? Because you don't want me to run. What is so important about being a member of the council? Oh, Paula, he says so. Paula, you laugh after me. I say, I wonder what you're saying now. Is KSJ still your favorite minister? You get me? Paula, you get me? Paula, you take it easy with me, please. Larkland, the Gleaner now says 44 candidates. They can try all they want because we have this document and people have been calling me about it. And if they say, then, so that means what they have to do now. And look what they do. They put this in red, They put this in red. So, they never said, pay attention to this one here. We're rejecting him. See that? No, anywhere them go now, is a problem. Anywhere them go is a problem because people already start calling me and I complain. Think about it when them say 44, now the Gleaner now says 44. That won't help them. The damage has been done. That won't help them. Because I want to see now when them say 44, if them put that, when am I going to do more about the candidate that they said
was late.
They rejected regarding 5.2. I want them tell me now what am I going to do about that. Saying it's 44 not do anything. You must come and tell me that, hey, the candidate that we said was rejected was actually accepted, then the question will be then how did you get rejected in there? And not only did you get rejected, but you actually refer to a specific section.
And it was published.
And it's published globally. So
See,
I have to
Freedom
deal with
said-
this now because
Freedom said,
people
I
already.
voted for you. Freedom said I voted for you weeks ago. I know at least 3 people personally that had voted for you. Personally.
You know, and like I said, I have a client that I represented this week, and I know he's watching. And brethren, I'm begging you, don't believe this thing here. Don't believe this thing. I had one client that I went to court with this week. I had several clients that I had consultations with. And I'm wondering now, you know, how are they gonna feel when they see this? And most of them are Jamaican, a lot of them are Jamaicans, and a lot of them read the newspaper. A lot of them. So, you know, I'm telling you, this when I saw it today, my head, I start get a headache. I just couldn't believe it. Start get a headache, and it's of course it will affect you because you know you didn't do these things, and when you look at it and you say, "No, let me read this again," and it says, "No, you are a convicted criminal." Kishen Fun Club say if you not deal with them, you know. All right, remember answer your Kishen Fun Club. You say if you not deal with them, you now go stop watch me. All right, let me put it to you like this. Let me put it to you like this, Kishen. You will continue watch me. You will continue watch me, Kishen.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. Oh, so stay tuned.
Yeah. And there are some things, you know, and there are some things, you know, like I said, I was telling you that there are some things that I don't tell you, I don't mention. And I can tell you that there are some things that happen today. I won't mention them. I won't mention them because the things that I know for a fact that happened today, people in some serious problems. People in some serious problems. And I just sit back. People call me, people in the know, people of influence, people affiliated with all kinds of people, and them say, listen, this boy, was sorry this happening, boy, this is trouble. This is big trouble now for people. And I say, well, think about me. Me have bills to pay. Me have things to do. Me have a whole family to take care of. Me have a whole bunch of things. And now, this is what is out there now. Unstoppable Josh.
I want people to understand too, it's not just the discrediting of Will as a candidate for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, Northeast. Like he said, it speaks also to his profession. More than that, it also speaks to the foundation, One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation.
True.
Because at that point, it discredits the whole foundation and the work that the foundation has been doing and anybody that has been associated with it.
Mm-hmm.
So this has far-reaching implications. You see me over here laughing? I'm just laughing, not because it's funny. It is funny that you should try to do something like this with someone who has a career in investigation and is a current practicing attorney. There are depths of stupidity that are unmeasurable. And this has surpassed it.
You know, Kevin, I can hear while you're talking. You know who I hear talking to me? Ambassador Ward. Because if he were alive, I would be over his house now with this. And I can hear him saying to me, so, JJ, so, JJ, what you going to do with them? I can hear him saying it to me.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You know, Kevin, I don't know what to say now. The US story, people, let me just tell you that we weren't planning on doing this story, you know. Is this morning this thing happened? And we just talk about it, you know. And then once all of that happened, then the phone call started coming in, people started questioning me and said, how come we didn't know that, you know, you have a secret. You're not even a criminal, you're a convicted criminal. You're a convicted criminal and you're a bankrupt. And believe me, people, well, no, I've never filed for bankruptcy and I've never been arrested. And I've never been, if I've never been arrested, then of course I've never been convicted. And so this is all over the world now. All over the world. And what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? You ever say, when I grew up in Jamaica, sorry, can't buy soldier Larry.
Mm-hmm.
What am I supposed to do, people? Talk to me. I see a lot of people tuning in now because the news probably reach out to a whole bunch of people say, hey, you come over here, so them say Rattigan a criminal. I could go see what I go on. No. But people, I have to live with it. I'm telling you, today it was a down moment for me because this is just low. This is just very low. I mean, them can't. This is just, think about it. They not only said that you're a criminal, but they said you're a convicted criminal. So, you know what, Kevin? I'll be honest with you. I'm like everybody else. I have feelings. And I was deeply hurt and saddened by this. And I know my inner circle know that. I know Kevin know it. I know producer June sense it. And you know, and producer OT, I know them say about women. Women can sense things way better than man. And I know today when we left,
you know it.
Yeah, and when I left the chat, I know, me know Joan and OT like back of me. And I'm not telling you, me know them. I say, yeah, this affect him, you know. This affect him. Cause me left and me never come back. Me just say me have to take care of some things and then me call you, Kevin, one day and ask you what go on if you come on and all of that stuff.
Right.
You know. So Joan, OT, apologies, you know, but I know that you guys know that when I read that, it affected me deeply. And it is going to, and the thing, it's in writing. So it's not like somebody said it and it wasn't taped and you hear it, and but you know, you didn't capture the conversation. It's in writing. It's in writing. St. Alburn Monroe, don't let them get away because they will feel like a winner. I can tell you right now, St. Alburn, I agree with you, but I can tell you them don't feel like a winner right now.
From the news article alone, there's several things here. People want to understand. There's several things that they put themselves in a position to be used against them here. One, the diaspora website. That is one. Two, the correspondence from them as the diaspora, email correspondence. This rejection thing that was posted, and the news article. Whether this editor, the editor or the writer was fed misinformation, misinformation, no information, whichever. Either way you take it, there's nowhere for them to turn because they have done a grave injustice. It didn't start here though. This is before here. Because remember, they already categorized this as something political. So, how it gonna go now? What am I gonna say no? And so, if
Folks,
when you do no donations on One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, you go Ratty Diaspora, the people that allocating the funds will understand and know what you mean.
and you know something, Kevin, I have to play this video. People, I have to play this video. Hold on a second. Let me just remove this one here so we have more room. I have to play this video. Remember this?
You would have noted something a little bit different that we don't usually do. We don't usually necessarily take on misinformation and disinformation or information that is false. That is changing. We are going to have to do so in this context where something is said that is not true. We will be countering it. We will come with the receipts. We will play the videos. From months ago, we have the records and we will do that. We have to focus on being able to respond to misinformation and disinformation. There's a lot of that out there in the public sphere, and we cannot leave it unchallenged. And so you will be seeing new approaches from the Ministry of Information in terms of dispelling those things. And in many instances, you know, we call them misinformation and disinformation. Those are fancy words for lies. And so where there are lies, we will be correcting them. And there have been many of those. And I know Minister Morgan will be working very closely with me in relation to addressing that issue of lies that are proliferating. And we will give you the facts. And that's why we ask you to tune in here. Because we bring the ministers, we open them up for challenge and allow them to tell you the work that we're doing, and we tell you what we are doing in cabinet. Because what we do is not secret. We're doing it because we've been asked to do this by the people of Jamaica. And we take that role very, very seriously.
Here's another one.
Those people, and I'm saying it here, who are vested in telling you lies, to mislead you. For what reason? I don't know. Maybe they want the country to descend in chaos. They don't like to see law and order. I'm saying to you, be careful of the information that you consume. Information is like food. If you consume bad food, it will make your body unhealthy. If you consume bad information, it will make your mind unhealthy. Why would somebody come on social media, make a post and say something that the government never said? And some people believe it. I urge all of you to think before you consume the lies that people are telling you. It will only lead you to make bad decisions.
Bad information is like bad food to secure, right? All right. Oh.
All right, Provost.
Yeah.
I just got a call out of production, and JABBEM will be joining us shortly in a slightly different capacity. Slightly, just ever so slightly. And when he comes on, I'll let him explain.
Okay.
He's in a bus.
Right.
He's in a bus right now, so we can just wait until he joins in. But we can move on. But
we'll move on. All right, fine. Let's move on. Let's do this one.
Not move
Oh, he's
away.
here. He's here.
Oh, okay. Let's yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Brother, what go on? What go on? Me be up on a bus, but this news here me have to come on no matter, you know, anywhere me there in the world right now, brethren. What what these people are doing is trying to silence not only your voice, but silence the voice of those of us who see it fit to stand up against the system of oppression and hold them accountable. And this is just the brutality that we have to let our voice be heard about. So I cannot, sit here silently and allow them to try to tarnish your reputation and the good work that you're doing on behalf of the Jamaican people, right? This is injustice, and where injustice lies, our voice must rise up and speak up against it. I'm doing that. I'm speaking up, because I know that everything here and said is fabricated and just lies and upper lies, right? In order to hurt you, in order to hurt we the people, that the ones who stand up, for us, the one who advocate for justice, the one who brings and hold the system accountable. That's what they're trying to do, to take you down and silence your voice. And if we allow them to do that, we would all lose, and we can't afford that. So we want you to know that we are behind you. We are part of the resistance against a system that never could provide for its people and who hide things, in and under them desk. And you use the system, to pull this information forward, to educate the masses so that we are able to move in ways against the system for the benefit of the people. And this is, the wickedness of all the parties that are involved in it. And we need to uncover them thing. So no fire, we can't let this one go. We have to move against it. And this called whole diaspora thing into this report right now, the whole diaspora election, thing into this report. You cannot claim falsehood to eject a candidate, that would represent the people in very meaningful ways. When was the last time has Jamaicans in the diaspora would have a leader like yourself, with your qualification, your capability, who have nothing to gain? You are not affiliated with no political party, right? You are representing the interests of the Jamaican people. This, my brother, and colleague, cannot be allowed to stand. And we have to forcefully stand up against it. This whole election needs to be boycotted. It can't work. And also just this thing going at 2026. No, man. No, brethren. You cannot do that. You can't. You're an attorney at law, right? Look at your stellar reputations before you, right? And I know about the good work that you have done, right? And the Jamaican people are feeling the result of it right now, right? Who have ever hold a minister of government accountable before the system and shine a spotlight on it, right? One of the greatest things that happens in our society is how monies are moved around to empower political party that moves them into power, right? And you follow these trails, right? And I like these kind of things for us to look on every rock, under every stone, right? And really kind of say, no, we have to hold them people accountable. And they're coming after you by creating and fabricating all these kind of things. No, brethren, it's not so it work. It's not how it work. No, so you have to assemble what you need to assemble right now, and let us all know how we can help, because I am here, ready and willing to work with you.
All right. Brethren, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Those words mean a lot to me. And for all of you in the chat, who's it? As what? A student. Yeah, a student. Unity strength. Yeah, and really, this has lifted my spirits, because I have to tell you, I was down in the doldrums today after I read it. I was down in the doldrums, and even though I try to kind of like shrug it off. Couldn't shrug it off because it's one thing when if somebody says to you that they heard that some people were talking and said certain things about you, I can shrug that off. You know, I can no problem. But when you see it in writing, and you know this gone global, and they're saying that when I saw it, and I tried not to make any judgment and say, well, I know that I didn't file late, so they must be referring to me. But I said, I'll wait. And then when I got this piece now from you know, won't mention any source, but I got that piece saying this piece came from them, and what they're saying is that you are the candidate that was rejected under 5.2 because you're a convicted criminal and you have been declared bankrupt. I mean, think about how. And you know, here's another thing. My two sons, you know, they watch the program. Their classmates watch the program, you know. Some of them are second generation Jamaicans, and them hear them parents talk about things and them read the newspaper and things like that. Now, think about my son now. How am I going to explain this now? How do we explain this if their friends should come and say, hey, we heard that your father is a convicted criminal and that, you know, your father declared bankruptcy. How that go? But anyway, you know what? Georgia Hardy said we must talk about Pirates of Black River.
Rattigan, I want to jump in here now because I'm going to tell you something. You see, all them part of trying to destroy Marcus Garvey's work, you know, them charge Marcus Garvey for mail fraud and deport Marcus Garvey, right? Everybody right now, you know, a lobby for the exoneration and for the removal of those charges against Marcus Garvey because of the work that Marcus Garvey was doing in the diaspora also, right? Was not only mobilizing the Jamaican people, but was mobilizing Africans all across the planet, right, to stand up and fight, right, and deal with them all self-determination. Now, the work that you're doing, and I don't think that the work is only about the mobilization, about the Jamaican people, because the way all states move across the world and the corrupt natures of all still move across the world, right? I mean, states is moving right now. Your work is impacting that we, the people of planet Earth, have to take a second look at all of these people who present themselves to be leaders, I mean, for us. And it has that kind of a, impact. And so coming after you is an attempt to destroy a movement of several, independent programs that are now doing deep dive investigative work on how the governments, operate, in particular our government. And so when you see them kind of, actions that take, these actions are coming after, to attack the progress that we're making, right? And so the work a bite, and this is why they're coming after you, because Marcus Garvey's work was making an impact on the full organization, the mobilization of Black people. So you are really being targeted, just like how Marcus Garvey was targeted, right? I saw them target leaders when leaders come up and on the right path. So I know that this not really, prejudice not really share the eye to the core where me know you, what I mean, because you impart a lot of lessons to me, to stay the course and stay steady and positive. So we don't know you're going to come forward with the right answer, and we are here, to support you. I don't know, so nobody can tell your youth them who you are, because your youth them see you, how you live, see it, and know who daddy is. So them strong youth them, what I mean? And we will not allow, this thing to take you down in no way, shape, or form. It's just going to strengthen your program, because when we going to present all the evidence to them, right, and show the violation, them better ready, to deal with the blowback on this. Them better ready, because this will not go lightly. See it? Yeah. I'm know so we're supposed to go in a Black River, because appear disaster capitalism is going to unfold there.
Yeah.
But right now we have to deal with this matter right now.
Right. Right. It's troubling, you know. It's troubling, but we're gonna get through this. We'll get through this, you know. We'll get through this. And like I told the people on Wednesday, I said, listen, let's just relax and watch and wait. Because me know says something like this again. I don't know it would be this extreme, you know. Didn't know that it would be this extreme, but
Right.
I expected that they would do something, but not this extreme. And they've gone way over the line right now, way over the line. But it is what it is, you know what I mean? Here's how I kind of look at these things. We're going to have a terrible snowstorm tonight into tomorrow, and probably early Monday, and we have people who don't have a roof over their head, you know. We have people who don't know where them next meal will come from. And so when I look at this and I put it in perspective, I said, you know what? Yes, what they've done is terrible, but them can't broke my spirit. Them now put a roof over my head. Them now put food on my table. Them now clothe me. But them a try break me. And them go out and them do all of these things. But we cut from a different cloth. And in the fullness of time, they're going to find out. All right. Dr. Taylor, don't go away now. We have Kevin, what the two video them there? We have about 4 or 5 videos. Where are they? I don't see them right here. We're going to the ones on Black River. And it's so sad that we don't have Ambassador Ward with us because he's from the Treasure Beach area. And he would have really loved this segment that we'll do, but he's not here in person. But him there we're doing the spirit.
I lost connection just now, but I'm back.
Okay. Let me move this. It's the one that OT stitched the 4 videos today.
Oh.
My nice friend would tell me if I move on. If you're in my position and this thing here, you probably wouldn't want to move on. You probably just want to go through and finish the whole program. It's easy when you're not the target enough to say, well, just move on. But you see, when you are the target and you know so that thing that it hurt you deeply, it's hard sometimes for you just say, all right, let me just say a few words and move on. So bear with me.
That is why Dr. Taylor come on and say, you know, yeah, I'm supposed to be here and we're supposed to be addressing this, but guess what? You know, say we address something different. We need to focus on this issue. We need to spend a little bit more time on this issue of this injustice. And that is the JABBEM is here representing and is here about the sand story, the Black River story, the Clarendon story, the beach story. But bigger than that is a matter of gross defamation.
Yeah.
And
well,
so yeah, the people them will say, boy, yeah, me can move on from this and go on to the next topic. Come on, know about the next topic too. The next topic not going anywhere, no. It's just like
our UA, you know, we have material run up these.
We have there's this one press release that no press house has received, had received.
We have, with the UA thing, yeah.
Understand, people. It's not like we're short of things to talk about, but sometimes a point needs to be driven home. Sometimes you need to allow an individual to go through it and express what it is that they're feeling at the time. And when that individual have a collective that is riding with them and going through it and feeling it too, don't come another way. I understand what you want, but sometimes you have to go put that aside. Or you get move aside. Any which way it go. the matter at hand will be addressed.
You know, when them get too many things, them get. Let me, before we put on it, we are jump on onto the Black River thing. But before we do that, let me just say, relax with the Rebel. That last week we played the hip hop and rap, and we rocked the place. People didn't. Some people say, "Oh, we thought he was going to play hip hop that or rap that we couldn't understand." And I told him, I said, "You're going to hear hit after hit after hit, things that you dance to, things that will bring back memories." And so said, so delivered. It was a pleasant surprise for many who tuned in. And speaking on behalf of Reggae Global Radio and myself, I want to thank you immensely for tuning in last week. Now, tonight, we're going to feature some. And one of the things that we pride ourselves on with the Relax, with the Rebel, is our versatility. We play rap, we play hip hop, we play country, we play R&B, we play disco, we play dance, play classic reggae, play dancehall reggae. We play just about anything. I think the only thing we haven't really touched on is probably opera. And we might do that one Saturday night. But tonight we're gonna play up-tempo smooth jazz, and the kind of music, the right kind of music for relaxing with the Rebel, especially those of you who will be affected. I'm looking to see if there's the snow, but I don't see no snow yet. Those of you who will be affected by the snowstorm, you have no place to go. You are my captive audience tonight, and we're going to do it for 3 hours because, again, you're not going anywhere Sunday, and you're not going anywhere on Monday. Trust me. So make plans, get comfy, and come enjoy a beautiful selection of up-tempo smooth jazz. You're going to sing along. You're going to dance with me. All right. Easy like Sunday. We still haven't made plans yet regarding the Sunday program. Come Reason with Rattigan this past Wednesday. What a show! What a show! Lots of discussion regarding activities in Jamaica and the US, particularly the diaspora, the upcoming diaspora election, and we talked a lot about the diaspora election today, and I'm sure next Wednesday we're going to talk a little bit more about it. We can't forget, the people who are in need of some blessings and some greetings. Curtis Ward, Ambo, Ambassador Curtis Ward, Cat Core. May their families be supported by the Almighty with comfort and strength as they go through this period of mourning. Prayers up for Papa Trevor, Ma Jean, Bonnie Jump, my virgin on the live, Jonah Marie, Mrs. Nelson, Bobby D'Souza, Mr. Baxter, Sassy Diva, Raleigh, Laka, I see you in the chat, Anita, and Roland. And folks, I would be remiss if I didn't say this. Big up to my inner circle. Them have a band name, Inner Circle. Well, I have an inner circle. And my inner circle is the production team. Nobody knows who that person is. Well, nobody out there. And it shall stay that way. Thanks for the invaluable support you have provided and continue to provide. We really appreciate you. Producer John, the Maven. What can I say? And I will keep saying it every week, as when people are generous and kind and considerate, you have to remember them. Life is short. Life is short. Appreciate people. Producer OT. Words can't describe this young lady. Words cannot describe it. Describe her. She and producer Joan call them anytime, and they're ready. They'll go to war with me. Not with me. Alongside me. They'll go to war.
Them war you too, but
them war too. And of course, the man right there, DJ Kevin, where you're there, still minor circle. And then a part of the circle, all of you people out there, all of you supporters, students, friends, family, neighbor, all of you. Just know that we appreciate everything that you do. We appreciate your support because you don't have to be here. You do not have to be here. So we don't take your presence here for granted. We know that you're here because you believe we have something to offer. That's why we try to make it interesting and informative and educational every time we meet, because we want you to keep coming and we want you to keep learning. We don't do much entertaining around here, and there's a reason for that, because that's just not my style. That's just not Kevin's style. You know, that's not OT and producer John. They're serious women, you know, and you know, sometimes them shut we down. We say, hey, we want to put in some things and cut a joke, and them, no. Them said, just stick to the script. This is what we're going to do, and that's it. And I shudder at the thought of opposing them. You know, you can't oppose strong women, and I shudder at the thought of opposing them, because they're very strong. They're very strong women, and they're very strong-willed women. So I know what you're in will. You know, will. So, all right.
Well done, sir. Well done.
Yeah. So, we want, there's a piece that we have Dr. Taylor, and there's a piece that we want to talk about. What's it? Let me just take a quick.
You want to start it? You want to start it today?
Yeah, we call it Shifting Shoreline, the Pirates of Black River and the Sand Mafia. And remember when we started out, I said there are some things going on with the illegal mining of sand that most of you either don't know about, or if you knew about it, you didn't give it much attention. But it is a significant issue that has to be dealt with on a number of levels: environmental, corrupt, you name it, all over the place. So, all right, let us start with this. We might not finish this, and you know, we haven't gotten to. And somebody will write to me from Jamaica concerning UHWI thing, but we won't get to it. Here we go.
The modern world is made of it. Sand is in concrete, asphalt, glass, and silicon. It even turns up in places you wouldn't expect.
We use sand in cosmetics, in certain kinds of wine. We use sand in paint. We use sand to make elastics.
Around 50 billion tons of sand and gravel are used every year. That's enough to cover the whole of Argentina in a layer 1 centimetre thick. 90% of all the sand mined goes into the construction industry. China and India are the biggest consumers.
All over the developing world, hundreds of millions of people are moving from the countryside into cities every year. So worldwide, we are building the equivalent of 9 New York cities every single year.
And not all of the world's sand can be used for construction. Desert sands eroded by wind are round. The best sand for concrete has jagged edges and comes from rivers. This shape helps it bind together, making it strong and durable. Sand is taken from riverbeds by hand or by dredgers, and more is being extracted than can naturally be replenished.
Sand, which is the second most extracted material in the world after water, is in short supply.
Globally, the sand market is worth around $165 billion, but it's nearly impossible to know how much of that has been sourced illegally.
The estimates range anywhere, up into the tens of billions of dollars. We know for sure that there's illegal sand mining in dozens and dozens of countries. It happens in Western Europe and North America on a relatively small scale, and it happens in the developing world on like a millions of ton scale.
Researchers estimate that in these countries, more than 50% of sand mining is illegal. But no organisation tracks sand, so there isn't international data. In the Gambia, a one-off Interpol operation targeting illegal activity found unprecedented levels of illicit sand mining.
This is all dredged sand from the seaside. Huge mountains of sand.
Illegal mining means sand is removed without proper authorization or from prohibited areas. And once it's mixed with legal sand, it's almost impossible to tell the difference.
It can be transported to a construction site and no one knows where it came from and nobody asks questions. It can be moved on a container ship and nobody knows where the source of it is.
Ease of extraction, high demand for concrete, and the fact that sand is legal to buy and sell mean that illegal mining continues with little opposition.
Sand is a free commodity. Anybody who is strong enough, powerful enough can go and collect sand.
And it's often at the local level where exploitation starts and where so-called sand mafias operate.
It can be either a small villager who's taking sand from the beach to build his own house, right up to the point where people who have taken sand and realized how lucrative it is have risen and formed networks and gangs.
This is usually possible through bribery or intimidation.
There is just major corruption of local and regional governments in sand mining because there's very little capacity to enforce prohibitions.
If your houses are washed away, it impacts you immediately. Even without a catastrophe like a flood, you can see the effects because you can see the erosion on a daily basis.
Overmining of rivers and beaches means there's a greater risk of landslides and flooding, while dredging has significant consequences for fragile ecosystems.
When you do that, when you suck up the bottom of a river, obviously whatever was living down there, whatever kind of fish and plant life were living on that riverbed, you've just annihilated their habitat, wiped it out.
New technologies could help. More concrete than ever is being recycled and sand can be created artificially by crushing rocks. But manufacturing is expensive and both are energy intensive. And as long as extracting sand remains cheap and plentiful, cracking down on sand smuggling won't be easy.
You need to have communities much more involved in monitoring illegal sand mining. You've got to be addressing the corruption. You need to raise awareness. And because nobody is paying adequate attention to it, it goes on and the devastation continues.
In a primetime news follow-up, a promise this evening by the National Environment and Planning Agency, NEPA, to visit a sand mining pit in St. Elizabeth. It's a source of worry for residents who argue that it is being overmined. We have the details in this report.
From roads to housing, the country has seen a major construction boom in recent times, and so the demand for material like sand is high, which takes us to this spot in Fort Charles, St. Elizabeth, a sand pit which has been mined for years. From our checks, it is a legal area for sand mining, but there are concerns about overuse. So deep the miners have dug that we observed uprooted trees. Lots of them. Martel Bryan is a resident of the area.
Minus 20. That's 60 feet below sea level, you know.
He's been tracking the depth of what he describes as the destruction of the sand bed. In addition to the use of his GPS, he's also been speaking to the persons loading the trucks. Mr. Bryan spoke of a recent conversation.
He tells me that he's given no direction as to where to mine. He just given the green light to mine anywhere.
Mr. Bryan argues that communities close to where the mining has been taking place are at risk of being wiped out in the event of a tsunami. That's because, according to him, the natural barrier has been compromised. In fact, in the distance, you can hear very clearly the waves crashing on the seashore. The erosion there is also glaring.
Parity, Slipe, Vineyard, Arlington, surrounding areas, Hilltop, will be washed away.
We brought the issue to the attention of the mayor of Black River, Derek Sangster.
The sand is being used mainly for construction purposes island-wide because, as I understand it, trucks from all over come to purchase sand from the mine. And it's also used on road works, which, you know, from time to time, laying of pipes, sand is used and so on. But it is all taking place within legal framework.
So what of concerns about overmining?
I'm going to have a look at it, and if it needs be, calling the relevant authorities to have a look and assess the situation.
When we contacted the National Environment and Planning Agency, NEPA, we were also told that a site visit is being organized for the area.
To a prime time. The first video you saw, first one from BBC, the whole purpose of that was to show you that sand is in high demand and also point to the environmental impact of illegal sand mining. The video you just saw, the one in Jamaica, that was 5 years ago. The government was warned about the effects of illegal sand mining 5 years ago. 5 years ago. Let's continue.
News update now. The National Environment and Planning Agency, NEPA, has confirmed that it has begun investigations into the illegal selling and removal of sand from Parity in St. Elizabeth. The move follows a TVJ News story on Monday where concerned residents appealed for intervention on the illegal practice, which they stressed was putting them at greater risk of flooding. Huge piles of sand were dumped into homes and onto roadways in the community during the passage of Hurricane Melissa in October last year. And residents say some of their neighbors have been selling it. They say it's worsening flooding from the sea and the pond and making it hard for persons trying to rebuild following the hurricane's devastation. Speaking with TVJ News, Black River Mayor Richard Solomon said sand mining in any form is unacceptable.
Sand without the proper assessment can lead to ecological impact, which can be catastrophic down the road. So we're asking and we are encouraging persons, if this is so, they must cease and desist immediately. I've reached out to the superintendent of police and also NEPA for them to do an investigation into the matter and to provide some necessary guidance as to how we approach the whole sand erosion and sand buildup that would have taken place after the hurricane.
Black River. Yes. We're going to rebuild.
Listen to this carefully. People of Black River, Treasure Beach, listen to this carefully.
Black River. So Black River is the legacy of our colonial history. When Black River was conceived, nobody was thinking about climate.
You know what? Before we do that, Kevin, there is something I want to remind the people about. Let me just stop this right there and just remind them about this incident. I don't know how many of you remember this. See this? See this? Kevin, you can big it up for them, please. See what this says right at the top, though. This article is more than 17 years old, right? It says Jamaican police left stranded after thieves steal a beach. This was in 2008. Look at that. Thieves in Jamaica.
I don't even remember this story.
All right. Thieves in Jamaica have embarrassed police and triggered a political row by stealing a beach and making a clean getaway. Hundreds of tons of white sand vanished. Vanished. Hundreds of tons of white sand vanished from a planned resort on the island's north coast in July. But 3 months later, there is no sign of suspects nor sand. Look at this. An estimated 500 truckloads of sand were removed from the Coral Spring Beach in Trelawney and were believed to have been sold to rival resorts. A hefty logistical feat which has stumped police. It's a very complex investigation because it involves so many aspects. Mark Shields, the Deputy Commissioner for Crime at the JCF, told the BBC. You've got the receivers of the stolen sand, or what we believe to be the sand, the trucks themselves, the organizers, and of course there is some suspicion that some police were in collusion with the movers of the sand. A lot of sand is used in unregulated home building across the Caribbean island, but the scale and organization behind the Trelawney heist amounting to 1,300 feet of... Why them can't spell, man? Them put strand. Should be sand. Raise suspicions that hotels may have been involved. Jamaica's rampant crime is fueled by competition for another type of white powder, cocaine, but few are laughing at the novelty of sand theft. No, the whole purpose of this, how you steal a beach? Talk to me about that.
No, Devon have to answer that. What Devon gone?
How you steal a beach and what are the all right. Devon. You see your laugh, come and see your teeth.
No, but you see, need Devon, you need to answer this question. We still a beach.
Well, I mean, you can't steal a beach without the complicity of the government, right? Because the beach is quote unquote vested in the crown. But you see, this is a very, very serious topic you touch upon it, right? Because in order for you to have operations with trucks and trucks and trucks,
I can hardly hear you. Your voice a crack. Your voice cracking.
Yeah, the signal kind of deteriorates still. But yeah, you hear me any better?
Yeah.
No, you know, for us, for the size and the scope of those operations, it could not operate without state involvement.
No. Your voice is still cracking and it's low.
You got, so where you reach is it look like is a dead spot where you reach.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're muted.
All
right, just come back and join us. Come back and join us, Devon. All right, so let me. All right, I'm gonna try to wrap my.
You steal a beach? Or you steal a beach with how many truckloads? I think it's a 500. 500. Yeah, 500 truckloads of sand. How you steal that? How you accomplish something like that?
All right. Now, based on the article, based on the report before the Jamaican report, the international report, what they have found is that people don't ask questions when it comes to moving sand. Trucks come in, trucks go out. People don't really ask questions about it. Nobody never show no documents really. So I figure that when they see trucks coming in and front end loaders and everything, dumper trucks and tractors to load them, people just think, boy, okay, them have permission. They are in the know. They have all that they need, and they just load it. That's all I can come up with. But it is based on what I heard at the beginning. Outside of that, I'm clueless.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. They know these things could not happen without law enforcement being part of it, right? To carry out such a massive operation, right? This cannot happen without law enforcement. It's a common thing that's known in the fishing community. You raised the issue around Coral Springs. There's another space down there, Charlotte's Beach in Trelawney, massive, beach that a lot of sand move off, and absolutely, it goes to other rival resorts. You know, they used to steal sand off Winifred Beach too. To support other resorts in Portland. So it's actually known. It's a known thing within Jamaica as it relates to sand theft. And them things are just don't happen, just some random guys off the streets is able to pull in, 15 dumper truck and load them up and move them. Police must know about them too.
Get ready, we are reaching silver.
Impact.
I had to move a while ago because the bus are pulling at the station still. Yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, it's a very serious issue. And you hear NEPA now moving in and saying things like, they're investigating. NEPA, I mean, should have active monitoring, right, of a whole, sentinels of the fishing community that is offered protection when they report, because most of the time people fear for their life also. So this is why SCARSO agreement is very important that Jamaica ratify these things that would protect environmental defenders. And the government is dragging its feet on the ratification of SCARSO agreement, which allows also for proper protection of environmental defenders. So when we see these violations happen out there, we can talk about them. But maybe the state does not want the Jamaican people to be empowered to really deal and talk about this issue, right? Because, I mean, I don't know, the level of corruption as it relates to Jamaica is massive. It's massive. So
let me ask you a question, Devon. Talk to us about the ecological impact of illegal sand mining, and then you can even use Black River, because I've been told that that's part of the reason why Black River was as flooded as it was, simply because of you know, you saw one report of them says 60 feet below sea level. Them gone.
Below sea level, that's
Yeah, well, yeah, man. No, the sand is very important in maintaining the integrity of the land, you know, right? When you remove the sand acts as a barrier, you know, to mitigate against climate change, right? So when you have high storm surges and, you know, rise above, above sea level, I have to get off of this bus here now. So give me a minute. Go on, hold the reason. Give me a minute. Let me get off. All right.
No
all right,
problem.
cool. Just jump back on.
Yeah. So make way. While we wait for him to come back on, let's continue with the video, yeah, Kevin.
Yeah.
No, nobody. It was not an issue. When Black River was conceived, nobody was thinking that Jamaica would have so many cars. That we would need to have wider roads, and that we would face these kinds of issues with hurricane and so forth. So, if we were to build Black River today, we wouldn't build it where it is currently located, because we have the knowledge and the experience of what is to come and what has happened. So many years ago, maybe 2016, 17, I had given a directive to the UBC to identify where the third city could be built in Jamaica. Because we do have a kind of spatial development plan for Jamaica and an urbanization plan. And we recognize that all our towns, many of them are centuries old and weren't built for purpose, you know, where they can't sufficiently carry the purpose today. And the last time we built a town was Louisville in St. Elizabeth. In response to the market flooding. So we asked the UBC to do this work, and they came up with an area in St. Elizabeth, which is very close to Black River. I don't want to give too much details. I'm very reluctant, because anything I say can change how markets work. And so I have to be very which defeats the purpose of having a.
But it will be more inland.
Yes, we can say that it will be more inland.
All right. Let me just run through a couple of dates for you. And the video before this, the one about illegal sand mining on the investigation, the sand is being sold. The sand that's being sold is the sand that protects Black River and other coastal towns from storm surge. And Dr. Taylor mentioned that. And removing it increases the risk of worse flooding. It's obvious. The designated authorities, NEPA, should have returned the sand, for example, should have returned the sand or ensure that the sand was returned to the coastline after Hurricane Melissa, rather than letting it sit or being taken by people. And now by leaving it, the coastline has become weaker and more vulnerable to future storms. And as sure as the sun, if you believe the sun is going to rise tomorrow morning, then you better believe that there's going to be a hurricane season this year in Jamaica. And we're not prepared for it. So the question is, who's profiting from the sand washed up by Hurricane Melissa? You know, sand mining has been a recurring issue. And here are some dates I want to throw out at you. On February 18, 2022, NEPA issued a stop order on sand dune mining at Great Bay in Treasure Beach, St. Elizabeth. The community was concerned that dune removal of the sand, could increase flood risk. And we see what happened over there. That was 2022. February 16, 2023, NEPA ordered a suspension of sand mining in the Rio Grande River in Portland. Enforcement action was taken to review how sand extraction was being conducted, but we haven't heard much more since then. Then March 12 of last year, the Trelawney police warned against illegal sand mining along the Dornoch River in Stewartstown, where no mining is permitted. A stop order was issued as police and NEPA investigated. We don't hear if anybody going to prison for that. And December 12, they were removing and selling storm deposited from Hurricane Melissa along St. Elizabeth's coastline. So who's profiting from all of this? Who? I know we hear the Prime Minister saying that he's planning to move Black River inland. People of Black River, do not sell your property. You see what's going on here. You see the long range plan, because the North Coast is basically inundated, and even if you find places along the North Coast, it's going to be expensive. So they've gone to the South Coast now.
Correct.
Right, and you see what's going on. So it's ironic that there's a push to displace residents and redevelop Black River, but that comes at the expense of those who have endured its environmental challenges for years, challenges that are worsened by either deliberate neglect or ignorance. And if flooding, to the Prime Minister's point, if flooding is an island-wide concern due to stronger and slower storms,
yeah,
then moving one coastal town, Black River, does not solve the underlying problem, which makes Black River relocation a symbolic solution, not a systemic one.
Yeah.
And this signals a politically easier target. Hear me and hear me well. This signals a politically easier target to unlock high-value land under a climate narrative. So the basic question is simple.
Disaster capitalism.
Go ahead, my brother. Yeah, go ahead.
That is what it's called. It's called disaster capitalism. It's what happened in, I think, 2017 with Hurricane Irma in Barbuda, when them quote unquote said that all Barbuda is uninhabitable, and then move off every resident off it, only for it now to be turning into a massive tourism resort, right? And we don't even need to go there. It happened in Jamaica, not in the form of the hurricane, but in the form of when they build the new North Coast, South Coast Highway. Do you know that the old road now runs through Ardra Cafe property and through Iberia Star swimming pool, right? So they moved, towns further inland to create more real estate on the coastline for tourism development. So I suspect that's what Black River is going to be. Now, if Black River was going to be reclaimed as an ecological wild, life sanctuary, right? For, just to mitigate the impact of climate change, to create back coastal forests, then, we can understand. But it will be used for real estate development, right? There's a lot to be talked about here because, sorry for, I to jump off, but, the sand is the foundation of the sea and the coastline, right? It sustains your mangroves, it sustains grass beds, it protects against erosion. It is what's saving, most coastal communities. And when you remove these things, you put lives in jeopardy, put ecology in jeopardy, right? And so it should be a highly enforced area against, these kinds of activity in the country. And we're not seeing that happening. Why, an agency such as NEPA, which is not actually an environmental agency, it's a planning agency where all of its function is in the office of the Prime Minister, right? So it is not, we do see they set up this new agency around environmentalism. NEPA, as I understand it, is not even within the new environmental ministry. And I would stand corrected if, the government comes out and state clearly where is NEPA and what NEPA's mandate is going to be. Because the issues that are arising in Jamaica now around, climate mitigation, environmental protection, restoration of coastal forests, these should fall under the environmental ministry's, portfolio. And they are not, because the practices in Jamaica is to deforest the entire coastline for the development of hotel industry. That is very clear. That is what's happening. Every hotel that is built in Jamaica involves the removal of coastal forests. Okay. Melissa comes now, does devastation in Black River because I've been there. I've seen the damage. If we are going to reclaim this town, build, restore the coastal forest there, right? I can understand that. That's a good thing for the environment. But if we reclaim Black River for other kind of tourist development, tourist hotels and, that kind of infrastructure, that would have been an injustice on the Jamaican people and consistent with the practice of disaster capitalism, where you use these kind of disasters to move population centers in order to repurpose them for these kind of, coastal projects, that are capital intense, right? And to support, the transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich. So, I mean, we have to stay on top of this to make sure whatever is happening in Black River is for protection of the environment, to protect the lives of the Jamaican people. So these plans needs to be laid out, put to the people, and we need to see what's going on there. And, environmental agencies such as Jamaica Environmental Trust, such as JABBEM needs to be part of the conversation. We need to see what plans they're coming up with, how consistent that is with best practice to restore coastal forests. That's not happening. We have seen them talking about the impact what, Melissa have done, and we have seen it, right? And they're replanting many trees across the country. They need to replant the coastal forests of Jamaica. And that's not what we're seeing. Instead, they're building hotels in the sea. I mean, in Flanker Providence, right, that beach, it's 9.88 acres of seagrass bed that is going to be removed to support an overwater bungalow. That is not consistent with the government's, conversation about, environmental protection. No. So, Black River is now another, part of the game of displacement, dispossession, and disempowerment, right? And we will not allow that to happen. We'll not allow that to happen. I mean, Black River, remember, the slave ship Zong, there's a monument down in Black River around that. It was a slave port. There's a lot of atrocities that happen in Black River. It requires preservation. It requires conservation, right? And it should be returned, to the people, for the people whose lands they would have taken away, have a say into what happened in that space. And it must be one of the massive environmental restoration project if that's what we're going to do there. But we can't just allow the government to come in and determine that, they're going to put, hotel infrastructures in these places. No, that's massive disaster capitalism that we can't allow to take place.
I don't think they're aware of this, that in 2022, the Integrity Commission conducted its investigation of an unregulated sand extraction around the JAMAICA site, the mud lake in Hayes, Clarendon. We don't have time to put that up and go through it, but we will next week. But what I wanna throw out some questions to the public, to the politicians, and also to Devon and Kevin, and get their responses. The question is, who moves, who benefits, right? So here are some of the questions. What specific data, such as sea level rise projections, storm surge and flood maps, land height and sinking measurements, and studies on drainage and river flooding, show that Black River cannot be protected for the next 30 to 50 years using adaptation measures? What specific data they're using? Here's another question. What options were looked at to protect the town, like seawalls, fixing drainage, restoring wetlands, or raising homes? And why, if they looked at them, why were those options rejected if they were? Why is full relocation being proposed rather than partial retreat from the most vulnerable zones? People, you see what's going on. Which government ministries, outside experts, and international groups are involved in this decision? What costs more over time, moving Black River or protecting it where it is? Who did the cost study, and will the public be allowed to see it? Will all reports, contracts, and land plans be shared with the public before anything starts? Is there a clear policy that explains when communities should be moved instead of protected? How many residents have agreed to relocation, and how was that agreement measured? Black River people, not talk to me. Will homeowners get full replacement value for hurricane damaged homes or only a reduced amount? Will this move mainly affect poorer communities? Will people get better housing or smaller homes farther away from work, schools, and family? How will fishing, farming, river work, and other local jobs survive after relocation? How will the community's history, culture, and way of life be protected? Who will own the coastal land once people leave Black River? Is there a legal rule stopping the land from being turned into hotels, ports, or luxury projects? If the land is developed, who makes the money? The government, private investors, or the people who were forced to move? If climate change affects everyone in Jamaica, then moving one town, Black River, needs strong proof and full honesty. Without clear answers, real consent, and strong protections, this looks less like climate safety and more like pushing people out so others can benefit. That's my soapbox speech and questions. Talk to me, Kevin and Devon. What do you think about that?
Well, that is well said. You have hit all the points, and all of that culminates into the strong definition of what disaster capitalism is, right? That is what it is, you know, and there are a lot of examples of this, you know, I mean, across the world, right? So, I mean, you have nailed it. Now, you know, there has not been these kind of consultation. And remember, you know, a lot of this conversation about, you know, third cities, you know, were being talked about before, Melissa. So if anything, this is going to just accelerate the process, right? And trying to use this as a evidence because the necessary consultation were not had with the Jamaican people. There was no town hall. There was no ground surveys that was done and consulted people from Black River, right? Because if we are really serious about mitigating the impact of, you know, climate change in Jamaica, it needs to be a very comprehensive conversation, a conversation that looks at the entire coastline. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say you're going to move Black River, but you're allowing for hotels to build in the sea. You can't take mangrove out along the coastline. You cannot remove coastal forests. You cannot allow Chinese Harbour Engineering Company to be building on the Rayabuna watershed. You cannot be entertaining EIA for Paradise Pen in St. Elizabeth to be built on another watershed. It's not consistent. It is not consistent. So this is a smoke screen for another project at displacement, right? Because if we were consulted, we would have been at the table and seen all these plans and how they fit into a greater, and more methodical way of protecting the coastline of the country. And that's not what we are seeing, right? Right now, you're issuing all these beach licenses that takes away coastal forests to build more hotel, right? That is what's happening in Miami Bay right now, right? We have seen encroachment on the foreshore. It's happening in the Blue Lagoon. Beach licenses are being awarded for encroachment to build in the sea. So villas are built in the sea. This is not consistent. It's absolutely not consistent. Not consistent at all. So this is, is beyond words, right? And I tell you, the visibility and the involvement of all environmental groups are in Jamaica right now. We are demanding a seat to the table, right? To see what is that comprehensive plan that the government has around the restoration of coastal forests, because the sea level is going to rise, right? And if there's no buffer to help protect us, then the entire population is going to be at risk. Because I think the data is more than 80% of the Jamaican people live within 5 miles of the coastline. So just think about that. The problem is real, and it's a great danger. to the country right now. And this is why when JABBEM talks about we need to declare entire 494 miles around the country with a minimum of 200 meters or feet above the high water line to be public land. It is to protect coastal forests, to protect the population. You cannot have these lands be in the hand of private individuals who degrade them to build hotel. The forests around the coastline are being removed. It's all gone along the north coast, all right? And that's why there's so much coastal damages to all the fishing beaches. You should go see what happened in Falmouth. Falmouth has faced the brunt of it, you know what I mean, in the destruction of those beaches. It happened in White House, right? It happened, you know, I mean, in all these, you know, local towns. You should see what happened in Belmont, right? So we are exposed. We are exposed, and the sea will take us away if we do not restore coastal forests. So if Black River Project is a project to restore the coastal forest and to protect the space, right? Then we can understand that. But we have not seen that information.
But that's a big if, Devon. That's a big if. When you see all the money that can be made and all the money that has been made from developments on the north coast, and you look at the south coast is just prime. It's pregnant with possibilities. But it is the possibility for the developer. It is not the possibilities for those that are wondering, will my grandchildren be able to enjoy this the way that I did? It's not for the people who live there, that have stories, that have lives, that have history. It is not for the people that work down there, the fishermen and those that work along those in the fisheries industry. It is for the capitalists, the developers. And that is where they want to go. That's how I see this. That is where they want to go. Hurricane Melissa coming was a gift horse. That just said everything, that line up everything perfectly. And so the people of Jamaica now, local and abroad, this is where you really hold the government to task. This is where you ask real questions, and this is where they have to come on and not use, like Will would say, the gobbledygook. I call it don't be the glorified talkers with elaborate words. I got that from the late Donnie Walker. May his soul rest in peace. This is the time when people really need to start not just asking the questions, but demanding the answers. This move of Black River is a capitalist venture. I don't see it as anything else. Not when nothing else is proposed at coastline communities anywhere else in the country and Black River. You move Black River, you need to move everywhere. Anywhere that sits on a coastline and is a community to regular people that live there, all of them have to move. And the resorts would also have to move, because there's a danger to foreigners visiting our land. Let's not leave that out. So you want to move a residential community, a community that has been resilient, that has learned to survive through disasters in the past. Mind you, we've never had one like this, but we've had some. You're going to move that and do what? What comes along with it? Nah, man. My position is this is a capitalist venture, and that is where it ends for me. Until I can prove otherwise. Provost.
We're almost out of time, but Devon, I want you to comment on a particular story that we did a while back. and I think it's appropriate. It's connected to this one. And that is the government sale of lands to the Chinese, where they rerouted rivers and they're building a huge housing development in your neck of the woods. Can you speak to that before we go, please?
Yes. So, you know, the watershed and the ecology that supports watershed is very critical, right, for you know, protection of population, right, protection of clean water. Most of the watersheds in Jamaica are degraded. One of the ones that are pretty well intact is the Rattigan, which you know, is where the 731 acres of property was transferred to Czech. And you know, if we were serious about, you know, protecting our coastal forests and protecting against the impact of climate change, would have never handed over such pristine prime land that are important to the drinking water for people across St. Anne and the country at large. So the transfer of these lands, right, to private interests is transferring not only the wealth of the country, but is jeopardizing the ecology of the country, the safety of our water supply, right? And that is something you can't do, but they have done it, and they have shown us that they can do it. And when we JABBEM protest against this, right, and the amount of people that, of course, who should show up for this protest, you know, I mean, did not. And I think because they do not have the necessary information, right? And I'm happy that you're featuring this topic right here, because we need to pay attention to these kind of disposition that is happening, that is degrading environment, transferring to private interests that now will reroute rivers, right? Change their courses, you know what I mean? Capture their water supply and to build houses. You can build houses on so many different pieces of land in Jamaica, and it's not even housing that the Jamaican people will benefit from, because these are ultra luxury houses that we will not be able to afford. So who's benefiting from this? It's not Jamaicans benefiting from this. No. And these are just wrong. How can you build on a watershed? Now you want to remove you know, folks from Black River, but you allow Chinese urban engineering company to build on a watershed, and you are entertaining, and the EIA was submitted to build a new resort in Paradise Pen, right? That will remove mangroves and will build overwater bungalow in the sea. How would NEPA be entertaining EIAs, right? They approve the EIA in Roaring River St. Anne to build all these, I think it's like 800 houses on the watershed, right? And they entertain an EIA to build out an entire, you know, community in Paradise Pen on the coastline. And then you're going to say, well, I'm going to remove Black River because, you know, that town should not be built there. Inconsistent, right, with the logic of protecting, you know, and guarding against climate change. So we need to deep dive this, Rattigan. This requires a lot of scrutiny, and we need to request, go into the ATI now and request these things, right? We need to hold the government accountable. Remember that our environmental minister is also heads up the United Nations environmental, you know, department there. So, you know, there's a lot of question to be asked, that how is it that our environmental minister, who heads up the international body, right, within the UN, is now going to oversee, right, contradictions of environmentalism in Jamaica. This requires scrutiny.
All right, Devon, we're going to leave it there. I want to thank you for joining us. I want to thank all of you for being with us this afternoon. Please go and join DJ Kevin Stew right about now, and then I will return at 10 p.m. 2 hours later. I will go and play 3 hours of some sweet jazz, smooth jazz. And you're going to love it.
What Kevin I play tonight? Because I have 2 beach access songs I want him play, you know.
Call him on away. Call him on away.
Message me. All right. Out there. Judith.
All right. Give thanks, Virgin. Cool.
Yeah, man. Judith Hibbert. Blessed Earth Day. Come party with me.
All right. No. 15 seconds to go. Big up yourself, Kevin.
On him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say they bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, rock the only order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simple gun can disarm him. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. How long them gonna know that them fire can't? How long them gonna take our people for food? Now build no houses, them now build no school. Think them up the hunger, but of the most I rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause them man do not face them. You know the man no lazy. All them are talking, but the one who crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights.
On October 28th, Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane, turned her wrath upon our homeland, Jamaica. In the aftermath, thousands of homes were destroyed, lives, pets, and livestock were lost, and dreams and hopes dashed. Resilient as we Jamaicans are known to be, our brothers and sisters on the island need our help now. To this end, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF, has launched its official fundraiser. Please donate generously at OJLDF.net. We are depending on each and every one of you to get the most needed supplies to our people at home. Go to OJLDF.net. That's OJLDF.net and hit the donate button today. Thank you.